Chapter 998. Shockwaves rolled, destroying the heavens and earth. It seemed like it would not give up until it turned Swish Duo into minced meat. Hai Hunshan and the others were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Their hearts were swollen from fear. However, when the energy came down, it suddenly sent Hai Hunshan and the others flying with a bang. It was clear that it was not going to deal with them. It was going to deal with the most handsome one in the middle. With a bang, the 9 of them were sent flying in 9 different directions. Boom boom. The flaming spears in the sky were only aimed at Swish Duo. They were densely packed and crazily bombarding him. Furthermore, for some reason, they actually restricted Swish Duo's space to dodge. He wanted to dodge, but he was directly confined by the space. Throughout the whole process, he could only meet force with force. He was passively attacked, blasted, and beaten up. Swish Duo roared, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Today, I'll be screwed by you guys. The cat's spirit sword was the first to attack the flaming spears. Kami no Su shouted from afar, "Zwa, although there's no hope for you today, I, Kami no Su, swear on my life and soul that this has nothing to do with us. This is not our plan." He didn't know if Swish Duo heard him or not, but he could see that this guy was already fighting with the flaming gun without any fear of death. He was wholeheartedly focused on dealing with the dangerous situation. The flaming spears were powerful. Swish Duo roared in anger and staggered left and right. However, he was also desperately attacking with his sword. Although he was giving it his all, he was still suppressed to an absolute disadvantage in an instant. Hai Hunshan and the others turned their heads and looked at Kami no Su. Did I hear wrongly? Kami no Su was still calling for Zwa at a time like this. What kind of mentality was this? The cooperation was over, and the crisis was over. Shouldn't she treat him like a piece of toilet paper and throw him away after using him? Could it be that this kind of person was still worth lingering over? Could it be that this fellow was so satisfied with being tortured by that fellow that he couldn't bear to do so? Kami no Su panted and looked at everyone's gazes. She said angrily, "What are you looking at? Is it strange? Could it be that you've forgotten your own promise?" Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This was a promise. In this inheritance space, they would always respect Swish Duo as their boss. You only called me Zwa once. Can we afford to lose face in front of our ancestors? That's right. We can't, and we shouldn't, betray you at this time. Sha Hun said, "That was an oath in front of Ancestor Sorcerer." Kami no Su said, "It doesn't matter if I can't or if I shouldn't. In any case, I can't afford to lose face like this." He took a deep breath and stuffed a healing pill into his mouth. He said, "The oath is still ringing in my ears. I'm going. We Wu people, since ancient times, honor our promises. We promised Swish Duo that we would respect him as our boss in this inheritance space. Now, we haven't left yet. You're going to save him." Sha Yu frowned. "Yes." Kami no Su said, "My words are like the wind. I have no regrets even if I die 9 times. Right now, we're still in the inheritance space. He's my boss now. There's no reason for me to watch my boss risk his life and do nothing. Moreover, this is after he saved us first. After we leave, no matter what our stance is, how we fight to the death, how we act, these are all matters after we leave. But in here, he's my boss. I've acknowledged him." Kami no Su said indifferently, "No matter how unwilling I was when I acknowledged him. But I acknowledged him, I acknowledged him. I acknowledged him as my boss, and he did indeed help me through life and death. Then, I naturally have to go save him. I'll risk everything and do everything I can to help him. If I save him, I'll have no regrets even if I die. You're really going to die? Xiaoyu said angrily as she looked at the crazy lightning of the flame spear. Kami no Su is right. This time, the one who agreed was actually Xiaodiao. Xiaodiao said, Kami no Su, you're a man. Let's go together. I've already made the oath, so we should follow it. No matter how much of a bastard this guy is, how annoying he is, and how much I want to kill him, in this inheritance space, he's my boss. I'm going to. Hai Hun Shan, Sha Hun, Sha Jia, and the others laughed out loud almost at the same time. Even if we die here today, we can't let the sorcerer tribe's tens of thousands of years of pride be lost on us. Wu Xiu is right. Even if we die, we can't let our ancestors lose face. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Tu Yunxiao had already charged ahead. Even if we die in the hands of Zhuo Xiao Duo on the battlefield in the future, we can't lose face today. Sha Yute smiled bitterly, but there was still pride in her smile. As expected of the brothers of the Wu people. You're a man of your words, and you have no regrets even if you die 9 times. Let's go together. The 9 descendants of the witch tribe laughed out loud in unison. With their treasures in hand, they charged forward and charged into the vast sea of fire. Swall! We didn't let you down. Kami no Su shouted, after we get out, let's fight to the death. Since I called you Zhuo, let's live and die together. Zhuo Xiao Duo was in a critical moment, but it wasn't a moment of life and death. This was because he keenly sensed that although these flaming spears still looked terrifying and had the power to easily kill him, in terms of actual lethality, they were much weaker than before. They no longer looked like they were going to directly kill him and leave him some leeway. It was more like stretching himself to the limit, squeezing himself as much as he could, and testing his limits. Or what? Zhuo Xiao Duo tried his best to resist the urge to take out his final trump card, the 99 cat hammer. He only circulated the 1,000 soul nightmare hammers mantra and used the monstrous power he created before to resist with all his might. He wasn't stupid. Since this power could merge with the power of the other No Alliance disciples, it was naturally the best way to deal with the current situation. After all, this was the Wu people's space of inheritance. The Flaming Sun Sutra couldn't be exposed now, and the Flaming Sun Sutra would definitely not be recognized. Since the offensive had already turned into a controllable range, it was best not to use his final trump card, the 99 kitty hammer. The previous changes, whether it was the space ring that shouldn't have been able to be opened or the sudden appearance of the flood, were already very eye-catching. If he rashly used the 99 cat hammer again, it would definitely be noticed by those brats. It was better to keep this trump card. If he woke up when he found out, how would he hit them in the future? They were still enemies in their bones. He wouldn't use it unless his life was at stake. He didn't dare to use the cat spirit sword in his hand, the Huang sword. The Huang sword seemed to have a grudge against the owner of this space. If he used it, he would probably be in trouble. Zhuo Xiao Duo pushed all the power in his body to the limit. At this moment, the qi in his dantian was like a raging wave, going against the momentum and counterattacking the flaming spear array in the sky. The cat spirit sword's tip was pointed at the rainstorm sword technique. Every move, every style, every sword strike, every attack accurately struck the tip of the flaming spear. In the continuous exchange, Zhuo Xiao Duo could clearly feel that the consciousness in the sky was constantly growing uncertain, doubtful, and hesitant. It was a special feeling of, is this brat down there? Why is he so strange? Luckily, it's just a remnant of my soul, so my cognition is limited. If it was just a little bit clearer. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape today, and would have died who knows where. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was full of thoughts. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. While he was thinking, the flaming spear in the sky had fallen again. In the roar, Swa screamed again and again. The power of this wave of attack was actually much stronger than the last time that it was an extreme posture of wanting to squeeze Swa to the limit until he was smashed to pieces. Moreover, as the power of the huge waves driven by Swa became stronger and stronger, the flaming spear in the sky faintly showed a subtle feeling that it was forcibly suppressing the fire, but was about to be unable to suppress it. The attack was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the offensive was getting more and more explosive. Swa tried his best to parry, but the cat spirit sword, which had reached the level of a spirit weapon, let out a burst of mournful cries. The sword light gradually scattered, and it was no longer a threat. As time went on, Swa felt more and more pressure. It seemed that he couldn't hold on any longer, and he had no choice but to use his hammer. He didn't have any hope for Hai Hanshan and the others. He was already in a dead end, and the other party, who had escaped, was lucky if they didn't attack him. Why would they come in to help? After all, they were on opposing sides after all. At this moment, a loud roar came from outside. Zwa! We didn't let you down. After we get out, let's fight to the death again. Since I called you Zwa, let's live and die together. With a violent roar, the 9 people of the Umno Alliance stepped into the raging flames again, and entered the battle aggressively. Shah Hun shouted, "Everyone, take your positions." Swa was still hesitating. The previous Du Tian God-killing formation had been formed in seconds. Then, it was the same power of the cultivation methods of their respective clans. It was the same people. It was the same treasures. They showed their power again, and the power was no less than before. There was an additional momentum of advancing courageously. Swa subconsciously cooperated. The monstrous flood gathered all the power of his side, and rushed to the sky, shaking the flaming spear formation again. Boom. This time, the power of the attack was actually several times greater than the previous one. Because this time, they were really working together, and they really didn't hold back. Moreover, their hearts were bright, and they were fighting with a clear mind. It was full of generosity and fierceness. The 10 of them didn't distinguish between friend and foe, and they cooperated seamlessly. In the sky, the flaming spear formation was suddenly stopped by the attack. A blurry thought suddenly appeared. Vaguely, it seemed that someone was murmuring in the sky, and asking in a low and melancholic voice. It seemed to be asking himself, and it seemed to be asking the heavens, and it also seemed to be asking everyone. Could it be that I was wrong? Was it wrong or not? Back then. Was it me or you who was wrong? Wrong, wrong, wrong. Sigh, I was wrong after all. Chapter 999. The will reverberated in the air. That indescribable emotion was also affecting everyone's state of mind. Everyone could clearly feel that indescribable regret and endless melancholy. Swa's crisis was instantly resolved. The power of the oracle's soul had lifted up this space. At this moment, Swa's heart was filled with intense surprise. It could even be said that he was stunned. He turned his head and frowned. How did you guys come in? Sha Diao's face was filled with displeasure. Although we were forced by the situation, we promised that we would respect you as the boss here. Were we lying? Now that you're in danger, we naturally have to fight side by side and help you. At the very least, when we're in here, you're the boss, and we're your subordinates. How can we stand by and do nothing when the boss is in trouble? These words were said with great reluctance. Hai Hun Shan activated the immortal binding lock with all his strength, and said lightly, Boss Swa, you don't have to be grateful. Once we get out of here, it will be the end of our promise. We will still be enemies of life and death, supporting each other hand in hand, but it will only be limited to this space. Tu Yunyun smiled. After we get out, if we have the chance to kill you, we won't show any mercy. We'll definitely eliminate you at the first opportunity. An enemy is an enemy. But no matter how special the conditions are, an alliance of friends and brothers is still an alliance. The promise of the Umno alliance is always valid. Before the special conditions are met, we can't go back on our words. Sha Hun, Sha Zhi, Tu Yun Shao and the others laughed in unison. Zua, today we'll fight to the death. Our friendship is life and death. Ha ha ha. You're the astral souls, and we're the Wu people. We don't have any brotherhood with you, only a promise. Zua Shao Duo laughed loudly. You guys are indeed good men. I underestimated you guys before. The 10 of them once again joined hands to resist the flaming spear array. In the air, the face appeared again. It looked down with a complicated expression. Then, as if it had put down all its worries, it suddenly disappeared. Everyone could clearly feel that an obsession had quietly dissipated. It was a kind of obsession that had lasted for countless years. Perhaps it was because of this obsession that this wisp of remnant soul had survived until now. But for some reason, after seeing the current situation below, it suddenly disappeared. Yes, yes. A faint voice sighed. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so stubborn. Ha, brothers. I'm sorry, I'm here. The consciousness quietly dissipated. Then, the flame spears in the air rose higher and higher and began to scatter in all directions. The crisis had been completely overcome. Seeing that the situation, the 10 of them could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Of you. Of course. Of course, I don't feel grateful. Of course, Of you, of mine. Of you, of you. Pfft, who cares? Kami no Su threw the space-shaking gong over. I don't need you to feel grateful. I don't need your help. When we leave this place, I'll take this space-shaking gong back with my own hands. Ha ha ha. Zua Xiaoduo laughed. However, his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he thought of many things and understood many things. He finally understood why in the legends, the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls higher-ups were able to develop feelings for each other. They were able to trust each other. They were able to fight to the death. They were able to send their descendants to the other party for protection and training. They were able to have a drink with each other before the decisive battle between the two armies. In the legends, when the 12 great shamans met with the higher-ups of the astral souls, the heavenly king throne, and the others, most of the time, they were chatting happily. When they got together, they talked about everything that they could even discuss the flaws of martial arts and researched the path of martial arts together. This was not without reason. This was indeed a group of lovable enemies. He also realized that this group of Umno Alliance's juniors, at least in terms of human nature, were already capable of doing things that others could not. With a promise, they could easily abandon life and death and move forward courageously. To be fair, if he were in their shoes, Zua Xiaoduo would not dare to say that he would be able to keep his promise. However, this not dare to say already made Zua Xiaoduo feel a little ashamed. Although the actions of the other party had already been seen by countless people as fools in today's society. However, Zua Xiaoduo knew that since ancient times, the ones who were able to do magnificent things and leave behind immortal legends were fools like this. Smart people would not be able to create an eternal legend. At this moment, he looked at the 10 people in front of him with new eyes. He thought of the lone bamboo mountain, the overwhelming number of soldiers who rushed towards his Umno Alliance and self-destructed like locusts. The number of people who were burned without hesitation was shocking. At this moment, Zua Xiaoduo was in a daze again. He thought of these things and understood these things. However, at the same time, he also thought of the boundless cemetery of heroes behind the Sun-Moon Pass. He could not help but sigh in disappointment. He said in a low voice, "In front of great benefits, friends are tested, in a battle of life and death, brothers are tested, in the sword and sword, there is a different kind of hero's love." He solemnly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The 9 of you can be considered heroes. Thank you for the compliment." Hai Hunchen's bulbous nose twitched. He laughed very heartily. He flicked his tongue and spat out a mouthful of phlegm with black smoke. He said, "Although I am ugly, I have never belittled myself, and I will not deny that I am a person." Sua Xiaoduo could not help but be surprised when he heard this. He blurted out, "Hai Hunshan, how can you be so ugly?" This matter was really puzzling. Logically speaking, the Hai family had been passed down for so many years. With such a great power, it was impossible for them to marry an ugly girl. Generations of excellent genes had been passed down. No matter what, it was impossible for them to produce Hai Hunshan's appearance. Apart from Hai Hunshan, the other 8 disciples of the No Alliance were all outstanding. Even Sha Yu could not be considered a peerless beauty, but she was still very beautiful and extraordinary. Hai Hunshan smiled faintly. "The reason is not for outsiders to know." Kami no Su chuckled and said, "I know about this. If Sua is interested." Hai Hunshan was furious. "Don't say it." Sua Xiaoduo was suddenly overflowing with interest. If Kami no Su continued, he would not be interested. However, Hai Hunshan's interruption made Sua Xiaoduo's gossipy heart burn like a flaming gun in the sky. Tell me quickly. Tell your boss." "Boss, I am very interested." Everyone rolled their eyes. This guy was indeed addicted to being a boss. Sua Xiaoduo looked at the flaming gun in the sky slowly descending. The sea of fire in the distance gradually formed again. Vaguely, a huge palace was slowly taking shape. However, it was still illusory. There was still some time before it was fully formed. During this period of time, since he had nothing to do, he might as well listen to more gossip. It was an entertainment program. I love to listen to the unhappy things of others. Tell me quickly. Let's have fun together. Sua Xiaoduo said excitedly. The 9 people looked at each other. This guy's gloating attribute was definitely maxed out. Hai Hunshan's face darkened. His threatening eyes swept across the faces of the other 8 people. His eyes clearly said 2 words, "Who dares?" Everyone shrunk their necks under his menacing gaze. Sua Xiaoduo frowned. Suddenly, he strode forward and grabbed Hai Hunshan by the neck. With a bang, he pressed him to the ground and sat on his head. He exerted force. Puff! Hai Hunshan's head was directly sat on the ground. He couldn't even make a sound. Say it, Sua Xiaoduo said with a smile. Hai Hunshan has acquiesced. As he said, he grabbed Hai Hunshan's right hand and made a peace sign. Then, Sua Xiaoduo shouted, "Yeah." Then he said, "You see, right? Hai Hunshan is so happy." Everyone felt a chill down their spines. They didn't know whether Hai Hunshan was happy or not, but they saw that he was very happy. It is said that when Hai Hunshan was young, he went out to gain experience and accidentally encountered a great demon at the bottom of the sea. That great demon was at the critical moment of nirvana and becoming a saint. Hai Hunshan was disturbed by it. Cough, that was a sky-swallowing toad that was almost at the saint level. Then, the big demon flew into a rage. He directly covered Chu Yang with the toad clothes he had just taken off. He was deceived for half a month. Even the ancestor of the West Sea went there in person, but the big demon didn't buy it. He only left a sentence, saying, "If you want to digest my 7 treasures toad clothes, you have to wait a long time. At that time, the ancestor of the West Sea asked, when? The Toad Demon said, if you want to remove the Saint Toad clothes, you have to wait until the heaven falls. Xiaoduo finally couldn't help but twitch his mouth and laugh. He said, the old toad said something about nirvana and becoming a saint. Maybe it's true since he doesn't give face to senior magi. But since ancient times, although the righteous path has been through a lot, the evil can't suppress the righteous path. In the end, it's inevitable that the righteous path will grow and the evil will vanish. It's a law of the ancient times. Then, where did the saying about the heaven falling from the heaven come from? Relying on the unorthodox path may be able to gain prestige for a while. But whether it's the ancient records, the history books, or even the unofficial history chapters and novels, there's no such thing as the evil path achieving the righteous path, right? Xiaoduo snorted. Is this story made up? The heaven falling from the heaven is simply a joke. Be careful with your words, be careful with your words. Sha Han said seriously, although Changxing isn't good at attacking, his cultivation base is high. Especially his divination skill, it can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Even the Flood Witch of our tribe is amazed by him. Although this senior is a demon, he has never seen any blood in his life. He has always been kind and aloof from worldly affairs. Otherwise, how can he live in the territory of our Omno alliance? Xiaoduo said disapprovingly, since he's so kind, why did he make things difficult for Hai Hunshan and act rashly? Chapter 1000. Regarding this, Sua's knowledge of the saint is too shallow, so it's inevitable that he would have such doubts. Sha Han sighed. Changxing stood aloof from worldly affairs all his life, and never got involved in any karma. Even since the ancient times, during the legendary war between the dragons and the phoenixes. This saint already existed. But he never opened his mouth, and never cared about any worldly affairs in his life. He only focused on cultivation. Usually, even if the undersea demons fought fiercely in his palace, and even if ordinary loaches crawled into his cave abode, or even under his stomach, he never cared about them. When Brother Hai went to the dojo, it was the delicate moment when Changxing was only half a step away from ascending to the heavens. It was also the last moment when Changxing was taking off his toad clothes. It was said that Changxing's cultivation was different from the Wu people's. He could never transform, but once he took off his toad clothes, he immediately became a saint. Toads are creatures. It's hard to cultivate, hard to understand, and hard to live in the world. That's why there's a saying that their lifespan is less than 30 years. In other words, it's hard for toads to live more than 30 years. But Changxing somehow broke this limit, and ever since he transformed into a toad, he never made a sound. He lived in the world, and never got involved in worldly affairs, nor did he get involved in the karma of the mortal world. He didn't move when mountains collapsed in front of him, and he didn't open his eyes when people died. He waited his whole life quietly for the arrival of the last stage, the last moment. It's said that the old man already has a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. It seems that he knew what he should do and how to live in the world from the moment he was born. His goal has always been very clear, and that is to become a saint. Ever since he transformed into a toad, he didn't even eat a mosquito. He didn't even get involved in the karma of a mosquito. The only opening in my life is the time I barged into the sea spirit mountain. But it happened at the most critical moment, which made it difficult for him to complete his cultivation. He's still stuck in the West Sea. No. You're still trying to trick me. Even if you're speaking nonsense in a serious manner, how can you trick me? Xiaoduo suddenly interrupted. Sha Han was stunned and said in surprise, everything I said is true. How did it become a bluff? Xiaoduo laughed strangely and said, you still don't want to admit it. You said that Enchanting had never spoken in his entire life, that he had never moved, that his cultivation was extraordinary, that he had lived for millions of years, and that he had a kind heart and so on. Even if what you said was reasonable, you still said that Enchanting was proficient in the art of divination and was unparalleled in the world. Isn't this illogical? He has never spoken in his entire life, so how did he manifest the Tao of divination and become unrivaled in the world? Who did he calculate for, and who was the one who spread it to him? It was hard for me to imagine how a person who had never opened his mouth in his entire life would be able to point people in the right direction. Isn't such contradictory fallacies nonsense? Shah Hun was stunned again. He paused and said, "Zwa, what you said was reasonable, but who said that he couldn't communicate with the outside world if he didn't speak or move in his entire life? Enchanting has been staying in the West Sea for countless years. Although it's a big mystery of the Umno Alliance, it's not a top secret. In fact, many disciples of the aristocratic families have to go to the West Sea when they travel outside, hoping to have a relationship with Enchanting and get some good luck. It's just that few people can get what they want." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoduo's interest was greatly increased. He immediately changed his expression and said, "There is such a miraculous thing. Tell me in detail." Shah Hun smiled and didn't put on airs. He said in a deep voice, "The legend of Enchanting in the West Sea has a long history. It has always been a place of great luck for the aristocratic families of the Umno Alliance. Senior Enchanting has always been silent and only communicated with the outside world through his mind. Many disciples of the aristocratic families went to see him in the hope that they could be noticed by Senior Enchanting so that he could divine their fate. However, there were very few who got what they wanted because Senior Enchanting would only divine their fate and point them in the right direction for three kinds of people. The first kind is those with great faith, the second kind is those with great fortune, and the third kind is those with great luck." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoduo was greatly shocked. This Enchanting was actually in the same line of work as him. Moreover, this person's level was many levels higher than his. When he read people's faces, there were also a lot of customers, but how could he compare to this person's high class and high class? Just this point alone was worth him pondering and learning again. He thought in his heart, this Enchanting, from a tadpole to a toad, and then he didn't move for his whole life. However, he knows the method of cultivation and knows how to avoid karma. His goal is very clear, and he points directly to the path of the divine path. This is a bit strange. Could it be that he is the incarnation of some powerful person after his death? Or could it be that some powerful being had reincarnated in this life? Otherwise, how could it be possible? Zhou Xiaoduo thought in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. He only planned to go to the West Sea of the Umno Alliance if there was a chance. However, his cultivation was too low now. He would be courting death if he went there. He had to wait for an opportunity. Shah Hun paused for a while and said, "The ancestor of the flood of my clan once met Enchanting and admired him very much. He even said that Enchanting's way of divination was even better than his qi observation technique. It was very mysterious, and he even pointed out that the reason why Enchanting only gave divination guidance to those three types of people was because those three types of people wouldn't bring about bad consequences. Even if there were bad consequences, there would be more good. In other words, those who could get guidance from Enchanting would have great fortune in the future, and this is also the truth. For countless years, those who could get guidance from Enchanting would all achieve great things in the future, and it was also the case. Over the years, those who could get guidance from Enchanting would all achieve great things in the future. That time in the Sea Spirit Mountain, he was really unlucky. Earlier, even if Senior Toad Saint did not give him any guidance, at most, he would just ignore him. Later, Senior Toad Saint would have completed his task and would have been overjoyed. Perhaps, he would have even given him some benefits. But when he arrived, Senior Toad Saint had restrained all of his yuan power, which was rare in his life. Senior Toad Saint could not activate his mind to communicate with the outside world. Inadvertently, he broke the silent technique. A lifetime of work was destroyed in a moment. If Senior Chanxing still didn't react, then that would be the strangest thing in the world. This was also the follow-up of the toad cloak covering the body. It is said that after Hai Hun Shan was released, he had to remove the toad cloak and cover Chanxing's body again. And Chanxing had to remove the toad cloak again before he could transcend. Can anyone guess who Chanxing was? So, from then on, Hai Hun Shan became like a... Sha Hun sighed heavily. As ugly as a toad. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes widened as he continued this sentence. On the ground. Hai Hun Shan, who was being sat on by Sua Xiaoduo, slammed his hands on the ground angrily. Can you not continue with the last half of your sentence? Why is your bad sense of humor so heavy? Yes. Sha Hun said, actually, Brother Hai was still very handsome before. Compared to you, Sua, he was only slightly inferior. He was a proper by face. He frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that he has been a toad for too long. I have forgotten what he looked like. Everyone said together, that's true. It seems that I have also forgotten what he looked like. But there's no mistaking his face. Hai Hun Shan was speechless. Sua Xiaoduo moved his butt away. Hai Hun Shan had regained his freedom. However, after being hit by this series of words, he buried his head in the ground and did not want to pull it out at all. The flaming spears in the sky once again rained down in rows. However, they no longer had a terrifying lethality. The huge palace of heritage had also begun to take shape. During this process, Sua Xiaoduo unexpectedly discovered that he could connect to the Tower of Annihilation. Obviously, the prohibition spell on the divine soul had been lifted. Sua Xiaoduo's heart immediately relaxed by half. Yes, in this space that he did not understand at all, he had one more trump card. Hai Hun Shan sat up with his face covered in dirt. However, he kept his head down and became a taciturn gourd. Before this, he had also been wearing this face. However, he was talking and laughing with a calm expression. After the reason was explained, he felt that his face was too embarrassing. The 10 of them sat in a circle. After the life-or-death battle just now, everyone instinctively felt closer to each other. Even if there was still hostility in their bones, in this secret space, it seemed that the hatred outside was not so important. Sua, you're not going to just sit here and do nothing. We can't just wait. Shaji said, how about we have a sword competition? As he said that, he took out the gold soul sword. Sua Xiaoduo was not interested. I don't want to fight with you. I'm afraid that if I use a little more strength, I'll cut you into 8 pieces. You can't be put back together. Puff! The others all snorted in unison. Shaji's cold face turned into an eggplant. Sua Xiaoduo sighed. Originally, I could have killed you happily. However, you made such a scene. It's not fun to kill you. Even if I want to kill you, I'll have to go out first. I still have a good conscience. Forget it. Let's just drink and chat while we wait. Hai Hun Shan said, I have good wine here. Sha Hun explained on the side, since Hai Hun Shan became ugly, he became very interested in wine. He also did a lot of research. He once collected some bones of high-level tiger demons for a period of time and soaked them in wine. It's said that the effect is very good. Hai Hun Shan was furious. What do you mean by after becoming ugly? Can't you shut your mouth? Although he was scolding, he took out the tiger bone wine. When the tiger bone wine was taken out, the others also took out all kinds of dishes. There were all kinds of exotic delicacies. They were all delicious. Even a stingy person like Swa Xiao Duo took out 10 chive pancakes and generously gave one to each person. I'm telling you, this is made by my mother. It's very delicious. You should feel honored. Do you understand? The 9 juniors of the Omno Alliance immediately twitched the corners of their mouths. We took out heavenly treasures to eat, and you only took out 10 chive pancakes. They're not even chives from spiritual plants. They're just ordinary chives. You actually want to pretend and brag. This is too much. Chapter 1001. Swa Xiao Duo said angrily, "What kind of look is that? You don't know the value of this chive pancake. This chive pancake." Swa Xiao Duo glanced at everyone. Priceless. One of a kind. Extremely precious. The 9 of them snorted. It was just a chive pancake. No matter how much he bragged, it couldn't reach the heavens. After everyone took a bite, they found that the taste was really good. At least it had a different flavor. Swa Xiao Duo, who gave out 9 chive pancakes, felt that he had paid a price. Therefore, he began to eat and drink with a clear conscience. He finished more than 5 kilograms of tiger bone wine and ate all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures to his heart's content. He felt that he had taken advantage of them and was very happy. Swa Xiao Duo didn't know that this chive pancake was indeed very precious. The heavenly king of the right had almost risked his life and sent many priceless treasures to her, but she had only agreed. He hadn't even kissed her yet. Therefore, to be able to eat this chive pancake was really a rare opportunity. Sha Han narrowed his eyes and ate the chive pancake. The more he ate, the more delicious it became. He seemed to ask casually, "Swa, your cultivation method is very special." Swa Xiao Duo immediately became alert. This guy is trying to trick me. Even if he's not Bai Yan, it doesn't mean that he's not narrow-minded. Swa Xiao Duo gulped down the wine and ate the meat. He squinted and said, "It's so-so. 3rd in the world. I don't know what cultivation method it is. Can you tell me?" Sha Diao asked directly. "My cultivation method is amazing. It's Jyotian shitty." Before Swa Xiao Duo could finish, the 9 of them raised their hands together. They immediately begged for mercy. "Stop bragging. We won't ask any more." They couldn't trick him. Sha Han had expected this. Although he was full of doubts, he also knew that it would be more difficult to get information out of Swa Xiao Duo than to kill Swa Xiao Duo directly. He didn't mean to ask, but he was still hoping. As they drank, everyone began to brag. After all, they were a group of young people. Their bragging was like dust that covered the world, and their bragging filled the sky. As he blew, he waited for the inheritance palace to take shape. The palace became more and more solid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it was about to take shape. When I was 17 years old, I went out to sea to fish. I steered a yacht and held a fishing rod. After 50 kilometers out to sea, I suddenly felt my hand sink. A big fish took the bait. Hai Hun Shan bragged as he drank. "Guess how big that fish is?" "How old?" everyone asked. "I don't know how big it is, but this fish dragged my yacht, which was more than 10 tons, more than 3,000 kilometers into the deep sea. In the end, it broke the string and ran away. This is a true story. The last time I went to Hainan, Lu Xiaohui told me that he rented a yacht to go out to sea to fish. A big fish dragged the yacht, which was several tons, for more than 200 kilometers. When he said this, he looked serious and nervous. He even sighed and said that it was a pity that the fish ran away. I almost believed him. It's really big. He really knows how to brag. Everyone laughed. As they were laughing, they suddenly saw a flame shoot up into the sky from the other side of the sky, burning the entire sky red. Then, the sound of a bell rang. Dong, that everyone felt their souls suddenly sober. When they turned to look at the source of the sound, they saw that the inheritance palace had completely taken shape. It was majestic in this world. The palace has taken shape. Let's go in. Hai Hunshan said, it said that everyone who enters the palace will face an independent palace. What you can get depends on your own fate. The 9 people of the sorcerer tribe knew the whole story very well, and Hai Hunshan still said it. Obviously, it was for Sua Xiao Duo to hear. Sua Xiao Duo nodded, indicating that he understood. Sua. Kami no Su said seriously, after you enter, if there are signs of bloodline rejection, it's better for you to come out as soon as possible. The witch ancestor's inheritance has always been very important to the bloodline. Even if you don't get anything, you'll still have your life intact. Even if you don't get anything, 10% of each of us will be yours. There's no need to take risks. Sua Xiao Duo nodded again. Take care. Everyone cupped their hands and immediately stood up, striding toward the entrance of the palace. Everywhere they looked was a sea of fire. Only the path they were walking on seemed to have a suitable temperature. It even felt like a willow wind was blowing on their faces. In front of the palace, the 2 doors were suddenly wide open. Inside, a long corridor could be vaguely seen. Even further away, everything was fiery red. I'll go first. Hai Hunshan laughed heartily as he strode forward and entered the palace. Everyone watched with wide eyes as Hai Hunshan walked through the door and walked into the long corridor. Then, he disappeared. It was strange and inexplicable. However, Shah Hun and the others didn't feel offended at all. They entered one after another and disappeared one by one. Sua Xiao Duo carefully observed the traces of people entering. These people were probably arranged according to age. The oldest one entered first, then the second one. The order seemed strange, but in fact, it was not messy at all. In the end, Sha Diao, who was last in line, also went in. At the entrance, only Sua Xiao Duo was left. Sua Xiao Duo carefully observed the palace. He faintly felt that there would be trouble if he went in. However, he was unwilling to not go in. Thinking left and right, he was in a dilemma. Finally, he braced himself and walked a few steps forward. Just as he reached the entrance of the palace and was about to poke his head out to see if there were any clues that he could follow, suddenly, a large fiery red hand stretched out from nowhere and grabbed Sua Xiao Duo. With a whoosh, it pulled him in. Spare me! Sua Xiao Duo screamed. This big hand didn't appear when it was the first 9 people, but when it was his turn, it actually dragged him in such a rude manner. He was afraid that it had ulterior motives and was up to no good. Bang! Sua Xiao Duo was like a dead pig, thrown in the middle of the palace. Sua Xiao Duo got up with a grunt. He raised his head and saw that there was a cloud of red smoke that was taking shape. A face appeared faintly, and then a body appeared. A tall and sturdy figure, wearing a red robe, sat on the main seat of the palace, looking down at Sua Xiao Duo with a complicated look in his eyes. This was the soul of the inheritance that was left in the palace thousands of years ago. It knew nothing about the tests and battles outside. Only when people entered the space of inheritance would this remnant soul be activated. This kid in front of him was very strange. His bloodline was clearly not of the Wu people, but his cultivation method had traces of the Gong Gong clan. However, the natal cultivation method that he was using was completely different from the water element. It was a fire element cultivation method that was of the same origin as his own. This kid actually cultivated both fire and water, and was compatible with two elements that were difficult to reconcile. What's more, the fire element cultivation methods seemed to be not much weaker than his own fire energy. But after observing for a while, he found that there were even stranger elements in this kid's body. There was also the flow of yin and yang, but it could balance yin and yang on its own. In other words, this kid's body was of the same origin as fire and water, yin and yang coexisted, and the five elements rotated. Self-sufficient. Although Zhu Wu Zhu Rong was only a remnant soul that couldn't even leave the inheritance palace, he was still knowledgeable. But he couldn't understand how this kid, whose cultivation was as weak as a piece of paper, could have such a strange cultivation method. Human race. You're really human. That figure's eyes were fixed on Duo. Duo's divine soul felt like it had entered a nightmare. He felt like he was being sucked into that pair of eyes. His divine soul rippled, unable to control itself. A mountain-like pressure forcefully invaded his soul, as if it had entered an uninhabited land. He could see everything clearly. How could a human learn the cultivation method of the Gong Gong clan? Are you a descendant of the Gong Gong clan? Duo nodded instinctively. I don't know the details. I just learned. What Gong Gong clan? The figure sighed softly and said in disappointment, back then, my brother Xiaobai fought a great battle. But it caused the decline of the shaman tribe to begin. It went out of control, and they were defeated one by one. Could it be that after so many years, the two brothers will have a common successor? He looked at Duo up and down with a complicated expression for a long while, and finally sighed. He didn't say anything, and didn't do anything for a long time. Suddenly, his mind was shaken again. Let's leave it to fate. How much you can get depends on your ability. He let out a long sigh. Duo only felt dizzy, and then fainted. Kid, you're just a shallow ant, you don't deserve to see me die. Right after Duo fainted, the figure began to dissipate bit by bit. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed into appearance within the hole. This person wore a yellow robe, a crown on his head, a tall figure, and an extraordinary appearance. However, his entire body naturally flowed with an extraordinary aura of might that could reign supreme in the world and reign supreme in the starry sky, causing him to stand out from the crowd. He just stood there, but he made people feel that he was the only ruler of this starry sky for thousands of years. The yellow-robed man looked at the figure that was about to disappear, and said, Zhu Rong, are you leaving already? The figure paused and smiled bitterly. Dong Huang, I knew that your divine consciousness was here as well. The so-called leaving behind my legacy was ultimately just empty words. How could you let it go completely? After all, we are enemies. Brother Zhu Rong, you think too much. The yellow-robed man, who was Dong Huang's mind, said, but back then, after you and I fought, when you were defeated and died, I decided to let your remnant soul pass on the inheritance. Suddenly, I had a whim, and I felt something. It seemed to be a little bit of karma at that time. That's why a strand of my mind followed. It really has nothing to do with Brother Zhu Rong's inheritance. Dong Huang smiled warmly. How can people like you and I not know that at our level, if we have a whim, it's not a small matter? There must be karma. Zhu Rong's remnant soul laughed mockingly, and said, then, can you see the karma of His Majesty Dong Huang's whim? Maybe it's on this kid. Dong Huang turned to look at Duo, and said, this kid, even though his cultivation is as thin as paper, he's not ordinary. Chapter 1002. Zhu Rong's remnant soul sneered, don't tell me you're interested in the demon odor on him. Unfortunately, I'm afraid His Majesty Dong Huang will be disappointed. It's just the demon odor left by the Huang sword. It has nothing to do with him. The demon odor on him is very strong. He's definitely not from the Wu people or the demon clan. He's just a pure human being. Dong Huang's deep eyes looked at Sua Xiaoduo. He smiled faintly and said, maybe. Zhu Rong's remnant soul said, why did you choose to jump out now? Are you really not trying to stop me from inheriting? Dong Huang said faintly, if you're not in a hurry, why don't you stay with me for a while? Anyway. You can't influence anyone now. Why don't you stay for a while and verify my sudden inspiration back then? What's the cause and effect? Test. Cause and effect. Zhu Rong looked at him suspiciously. Dong Huang smiled and said, Zhu Rong, you're about to die. As for me, I will also leave after a while. Old friend, we only have an hour left to spend together. Are you really not willing to accompany me? Zhu Rong smiled coldly, fine, I'll stay with you and see what your so-called sudden inspiration is. What's the cause and effect? Sua Xiaoduo woke up slowly. Before he opened his eyes, he let out a long sigh of relief. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. It's so good to be alive. Well, since I'm alive, does that mean I've passed the test? Sua Xiaoduo's entire body was drenched in cold sweat as he rejoiced that he had narrowly escaped death. That was too scary just now. My soul felt like it was being completely taken over and controlled by someone. The feeling of not being in my hands was too scary. That's not right. This is strange. Didn't they say that the shamans don't cultivate their souls? Why is this Su Wu Zhu Rong's spirit so powerful? It's like playing with my grandson. Even if my cultivation is a little weak. Well, it's not a little weak, it's much weaker. He stood up and looked at the grand hall. All he could see was emptiness and emptiness. He used his spirit to check, but still found nothing. Seems like he's really gone. Sua Xiaoduo increased the power of his divine sense and searched around the hall again, but he still couldn't find anything. He couldn't help but muster up his courage and unleash all of his divine sense to search the hall to the limit. Still nothing. Instantly, he was 80% relieved. Long as Sua Xiaoduo's divine sense connected to the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaolong stuck its head out and looked around. Boss? Come out and look for the good stuff. Xiaolong was very excited. He wriggled out of the Tower of Annihilation and entered the hall to search for the good stuff. At this time, the Huahuang sword unexpectedly started to vibrate in Sua Xiaoduo's hand. What do you mean? Are you going to look for the treasure too? Sua Xiaoduo looked at the sword in his hand in surprise. Clang, clang. The Huahuang sword buzzed. Sua Xiaoduo let go of the Huahuang sword, and it flew away. This is so unexpected. The Huahuang sword took the initiative to look for the treasure, and Xiaolong didn't send any warning signs. It seems like this place is completely safe. Sua Xiaoduo thought. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Senior Zhu Rong, this junior thanks you for your inheritance. In the future, when I go out, I will definitely praise Senior's great name. I hope that one day, I will be able to use Senior's divine power to shock the world and create another legend. Immediately, he knelt on the ground sincerely and kowtowed to the top of the hole. He knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. His actions were solemn. However, there was only an echo in the hole. Other than that, there was no other response. I, Sua Xiaoduo, swear on my own integrity. I will definitely not disappoint Senior Zhu Rong's intention to pass down the legacy, and I will not let you down. Still, there was no response. Sua Xiaoduo did not give up and continued to talk about how loyal he was, how he would never forget to repay a debt of gratitude, how a gentleman's promise was greater than 1,000 caddies, and so on. In short, he talked about how he was open and aboveboard, how he knew how to repay a debt of gratitude, and how he would never forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. He almost cut open his heart to show his sincerity. After tossing and turning for a long time, there was still no response. During this period, Xiaolong came to report several times. This was just an empty palace, and there was no divine soul power. The Huahuang's sword went here and there without any hindrance. At this point, Zhou Xiaoduo was finally completely relieved. Xiao! Xiao answered and came out. The three-legged golden crow stood majestically on top of Zhou Xiaoduo's head. Mom! Good girl! Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand. Go out and play by yourself. See if you can find something good. Okay. Swoosh. Xiao flew away. The moment Xiao flew out and stood on her 3 legs, in a certain space, the ancestral wizard Zhurong, whose power had shaken both the ancient and modern times, and the Eastern Emperor Tai, who had dominated the world, opened their mouths wide at the same time, and their eyeballs bulged out. Xiao was as fast as lightning. It flew straight out of the palace and plunged into the sea of fire outside, chirping happily. Chirp, chirp. Are you two going out? Zhou Xiaoduo asked Bai and Jiu. Bai and Jiu turned over without much interest. They floated in the sea of vitality with their bellies up. Obviously, they had no interest in the things here. At the end of the day, it was just that their attributes were not compatible. Xiao was a fire spirit, and she complemented the environment here. She was like a fish in water. On the other hand, Little White and Little Jiu were still of the wood attribute. Naturally, they were not interested in the fire attribute items of the Zhurong Grand Magus. They did not even want to take a second look at them. Zhou Xiaoduo naturally wouldn't force them. He had more important things to do. He began to look for good things slowly and bit by bit. Zhou Xiaoduo was no longer in a hurry. At this moment, he wasn't the only one looking for good things here. Xiaolong was also scouting. His scouting was definitely much more detailed than his. Xiaolong could clearly see where there were good things and where there weren't. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't find anything after walking around the palace. He looked around and immediately fixed his eyes on the throne in the middle of the palace. He quickly walked forward and reached out his hand. An ordinary-looking jade stone was embedded at the side. It was removed, revealing a space inside. It was a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. It was emitting a red light. It was covered by a thin layer of energy shield, and it was filled with pure fire element energy that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. If this fire element crystal was compared to the heart of the scorching sun, the former would be the ancestor, while the latter would only be the grandson of the ancestor. In other words, there was no seniority between the two. The difference was too big. There was no comparison at all. However, the heart of the scorching sun was the most valuable fire element treasures Zhou Xiaoduo had ever seen. He could only take it out for comparison. This is good stuff. It's the best treasure to help me practice the Flaming Sun scripture. I just don't know how long it will take for me to be qualified to use it for practice. Zhou Xiaoduo was very self-aware at this moment. He knew that this thing was good, but its power was too strong. It was far beyond what he could handle. If he suddenly used it, he would be burned to ashes in an instant. Zhou Xiaoduo collected a total of 36 fire element crystals like this on the throne. Then, he waved his hand. He wanted to collect the entire throne. However, there was a flash and he collected nothing. It seems like these aren't real. They are all just images formed by energy. In other words, only the things that are left behind are real. The rest, including this hall, are just a state of extremely condensed fire energy. This kind of operation, this kind of ability to control fire, it's not just amazing. It's beyond my understanding. As expected of the Lord of all Flames. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat on the throne and studied tirelessly, carefully looking for any possibility of a gap. If it was an ordinary person, he would have given up long ago. How could there be any gaps in an energy-formed throne? What was the point of studying it? It was just a waste of time. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was different. This was because Xiaolong had already investigated and confirmed that there was something in the throne. Only by finding a way to open it could one open it. Otherwise, there would only be a ball of nothingness. It would be like entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. In fact, Xiaolong had already told Zhuo Xiaoduo that the thing inside was a book. When he heard the word book, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Book. He knew very well that the most precious thing in this kind of land of inheritance was never the resources. The fire dragon stone, the heart of fire, the mystery of the stars. They were all auxiliary resources, consumables. Even if it was a treasure of heaven and earth, it was just an external object. The only thing that was truly valuable was the words. Ancient books or jade slips of inheritance. These were the most precious things. Because these were often the cultivation methods or the life experiences of the owner of this place. This was the true meaning of a good item. Especially for this kind of legendary almighty being. Even if he could get a word from him, it would be a great opportunity. Once he had an epiphany, he would reach the sky in one step. But how could he open it? He circled the throne back and forth, but after observing for a long time, he still couldn't find any gaps. Originally, anything in this hall could be considered a rare treasure in the world. This was especially true for Zhuo Xiaoduo, who cultivated a fire-type cultivation method. However, compared to the thing in this throne, everything else was just a minor detail. He studied it carefully, unwilling to let go of any opportunity in a mysterious space. Zhu Wuzhu Rong's remnant soul was full of shock as he watched the scenes unfold in the hall. His eyes grew bigger and bigger. What the fuck? What the fuck? Zhu Wuzhu Rong's mouth was wide open, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. On the other side, Dong Huang's soul with the crown on his head still maintained a graceful smile, but it was obviously very difficult. Shock flashed across his eyes from time to time. This is your sudden inspiration. It's really strange. Zhu Wuzhu Rong's face was full of disbelief. What's going on? You should know more than me, right? This kid. Is he Pangu's incarnation? Chapter 1003. Dong Huang sighed. A little whim from countless years ago actually led to such a discovery. It's really unexpected. That dragon is definitely not ordinary. It's very likely similar to the legendary Pangu creator dragon. Only that kind of dragon has. Zhurong took a deep breath and said, yes, only the creator dragons have the supernatural ability to adjust and absorb the providence of the world. The purity of the providence flowing in the air is really eye-opening. That's right. And that little firebird, it's clearly a three-legged golden crow. And it's still alive. Zhu Wuzhu Rong suddenly became furious. Isn't that a backup plan set up by the demon race thousands of years ago? Is this what you mean by a sudden impulse and karma? You still don't want to admit it. That three-legged golden crow is clearly the purest demon emperor bloodline. Dong Huang, it's beneath your dignity to deny it like this. Zhu Rong said angrily, You actually have the ability to set up the line thousands of years later. You showed up this time to show off, or to protect this three-legged golden crow. Thinking of this, Zhu Rong's face turned horrified. Dong Huang sighed helplessly. It's really not. Dong Huang smiled bitterly. Zhu Wuzhu Rong really thinks too highly of me. If it was us who set it up. That would be great. He sighed. It's really not. If I had known that there was such a karma, I would have come in person. What can a mere wisp of divine consciousness do? Dong Huang was also very helpless. If it really had such ability, why would it be directly scattered and exiled? Is this one of the 10 princes? Zhu Rong was a little confused. Dong Huang was also a little confused. This. I don't understand. Is it not? Zhu Rong was shocked. Maybe. It really isn't. Dong Huang was really uncertain. Although Dong Huang had not interacted much with the 10 Golden Crow Princes, he could still recognize them. However, the one in front of him was indeed a little unfamiliar. Moreover, looking at the level of its spirit, it seemed to be much more agile than the other newborn ones. However, he clearly had the pure bloodline of a demon emperor. But why did he call the kid below his mother? What the hell that even though Dong Huang was a peerless almighty, he was still a little confused about the twists and turns in this matter. Isn't he one of the 10 princes? Then it could only be that Emperor Jun gave birth to 11 golden crows. This is just an illegitimate child. Zhu Rong's remnant soul was puzzled. Dong Huang's face darkened. Zhu Rong, don't spout nonsense. But how do you explain that? I don't understand at all. Don't say that Zhu Rong doesn't know what's going on. Even I don't understand what's going on. Dong Huang's face was also full of confusion. If his real body was here, he would naturally be able to divine and deduce the heavenly secrets. However, he was only a wisp of divine consciousness now and could not deduce the heavenly secrets at all. Naturally, he could not find out the origin of this three-legged golden crow or its background. But why would this golden crow call that kid mother? Could it be that the kid is good-looking and caught the demon emperor's eye? Has the demon emperor's taste changed to this? Zhu Rong mumbled to himself. Dong Huang's face was as black as charcoal. Shut up. Zhu Rong immediately said in confusion, no, even if the demon emperor's taste has changed, that kid is still a male. No matter what, he can't give birth. Even if he can give birth, he can't be called mother. Even if he can really give birth, he can't give birth to a crow. It can't be a three-legged crow either. Dong Huang glanced sideways and frowned unhappily. You keep calling him a crow. Who are you scolding? I forgot that you are also. Zhu Rong was a little embarrassed. I finally understand. This kid must be a person with great fortune. Otherwise, how could he gather so many opportunities? Zhu Rong's remnant soul murmured, I gave my inheritance to him. It's not a disgrace to me. He has the Creator's Providence Dragon, the three-legged golden crow, a direct descendant of the demon clan, the sword of Empress Hua, and the inheritance of my clan's Gong Gong. If he also has the inheritance of my fire, he won't harm the Wu people no matter what. Dong Huang said indifferently, I don't believe that you didn't notice the yin and yang energy flowing in his body. Of course, I did. However, the yin and yang energy flowing in his body and becoming one with him is not a manifestation of his cultivation method. There must be something else. There must be something else. Dong Huang frowned and thought for a while. Then, he said, it's a pity that I can't predict the future. It's hard to find out the truth. However, I can be sure that since ancient times, very few people have such great providence. He is indeed a person with great providence. Zhu Rong's remnant soul asked, how does he compare to you guys back then? Dong Huang was silent for a long time. Then, he said, this kid, if we calculate based on his age, he should be in his early 20s now. After saying this, he didn't say anything else. However, Zhu Rong already understood. 20 years old. Since ancient times, which powerful person could gather all the innate providence at the age of 20? There were too many treasures of heaven and earth in the world, too many resources, and too many fortuitous encounters that could help one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, allowing one to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. However, innate providence was hard to find, and the most important thing. Dong Huang and the Demon Emperor obviously didn't have such achievements when they were at this age. When he was at this age, his combat strength might be higher than this kid's, but in terms of providence, he was as far away as heaven and earth. This kid had already gathered the providence of the heavenly Tao, Yin and Yang, the human clan, the Wu people, and the demon clan. Moreover, it was the kind of pure providence that went against the innate providence. This was simply a heaven-defying monster. Dong Huang was silent for a while. Then, he said, "If he still has an innate spiritual treasure, I really don't know how to judge him." That's true. Only people at their level knew that if he had all these and had an innate spiritual treasure recognize him as its master, he would be treated as a saint. Since ancient times, how many saints had there been? If he even has an innate spiritual treasure now, then he can only be the son of the heavenly Tao. Zhu Rong ancestral magus sighed. Surprisingly, a trace of jealousy could be sensed from his voice. He was a little envious and jealous. Innate spiritual treasure. I've seen it many times in my life, but it was always used by others to beat me. I've never had one myself. It's not so easy to have an innate spiritual treasure. It's very difficult to have an innate spiritual treasure recognize him as its master. This kid's cultivation is not enough, so he can't do it. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future, Dong Huang said leisurely. That's true. But if the three-legged golden crow recognizes him as its master, it's not much different from an innate spiritual treasure. The more Dong Huang thought about it, the more strange he felt. Moreover, this three-legged golden crow couldn't be wandering outside like this, right? This was the pure bloodline of the Demon Emperor. Although the couple didn't know yet, Zhu Wu Zhu Rong felt that his remnant soul was becoming more and more unstable. He chuckled and said with infinite optimism, "I don't have time to see it. I'm going to die. Dong Huang, this is how it will be in this life." His eyes were a little misty. When he thought of the time when he was with his brothers, a dignified face seemed to appear in front of him, criticizing him. "Can you not be impulsive? Am I still me if I'm not impulsive?" Zhu Rong's expression was a little strange and ashamed. "Back then. Brothers. Do you still hate me? Do you still remember me? I am leaving. Let's wait a little longer." Dong Huang smiled warmly. "Back then, I was seized by a whim. First, I predicted that strange things would happen to your inheritance in the future. Second, I wanted to send you on a journey and send you to reincarnation. You've endured for so many years, and I'm afraid your remnant soul is unable to pass through reincarnation. I've been your enemy for a lifetime, but I'm glad to have an enemy like you. I'll send you back and hope that there will be a day when we can fight again in the future." Reincarnation. Zhu Rong muttered to himself. "Do I have to do it again?" He looked at Sui Xiaoduo in the hall, and also looked at the three-legged golden crows that were crazily pecking at the food outside. Then, he turned to look at Dong Huang's expression. Suddenly, Zhu Rong laughed. "I, Zhu Rong, only live in this life and do not ask for an afterlife." As he spoke, suddenly, with a bang, his remnant soul exploded and turned into specks of starlight. It seemed that he would no longer exist in the world, and there would be no trace of him in the future. Dong Huang sighed slowly. "Even if you don't want to accept my favor, you don't have to make trouble for me like this. Old opponent, I really hope you can have an afterlife. I look forward to the day when we can fight again in the future. You really haven't changed your temper for thousands of years. Before he finished speaking, Donghuang's divine sense also burned up. It suddenly showed a boundless power, gathering all the specks of starlight left by Zhu Rong's remnant soul. Then, he turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo and smiled bitterly. "You old bastard, you deliberately split your own soul to prevent me from sending this message back, right? At this moment, I have to turn my divine sense into heavenly fire to gather your remnant soul and reincarnate. Then, I can only return a little bit of my true spirit, but I can't bring back any more information. Zhu Rong, you don't look like a person who is so calculative. Who said that the Wu people are the most simple and not scheming?" Donghuang sighed softly as purple flames rose all over his body. "Fine, fine. People in the future have their own destinies. Old friend, I'll send you on your way." Then, he turned into a dense flame, mixed with Zhu Rong's remnant soul, and flew into the sky, swaggering away. What a pity, what a pity. I wanted to follow this kid. But I didn't have the chance in the end. This Zhu Rong. I really don't know if he's such a rash person, or if he's become so scheming after so many years. From the beginning to the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know that he was being peeped at by two old men. At this moment, he only felt regret. It was such a good opportunity, but why didn't Bai and Jiu come out to take a look? God knows how many good things they missed that he continued to fiddle around on the throne, tirelessly. I don't believe that I can't open it. It was probably because Zhuo Xiaoduo had explored the entire throne for a long time. Suddenly, Zhuo Xiaoduo's palm moved. It seemed like that he had inexplicably pressed some mechanism. Whoosh! The throne instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared, but a book made of unknown material and a jade slip fell out with a bang. Chapter 1004. Ioyo. Don't break it. Zhuo Xiaoduo picked it up with a pained heart. Picking up the book, he saw that there was no title on the cover page. There was only a ball of fire that looked like it was burning. But for some reason, he couldn't open a single page of the book. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried again and again. He was cautious at the beginning, but in the end, he used all his strength. But it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. He didn't gain anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that his cultivation was low, so this result wasn't surprising. But he had already obtained the mysterious book, but he couldn't do anything about it. Wasn't this too disappointing? Suddenly, he had an idea. He immediately activated the power of the Flaming Sun scripture. The ball of fire on the cover page suddenly changed and shone brightly. As the power of the Flaming Sun scripture continued to pour in, the ball of fire became brighter and brighter. In the end, it gradually became like the sun in the sky, making people unable to look at it directly. And at this moment, the first page of the book finally opened. What is fire? I am fire. I am not a controller of fire, nor am I a user of fire. It is because I am fire myself. Cultivators must remember this. This was the preface. But with just these few words, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt enlightened. I am fire, and fire is me. Not bad, not bad. This is the true essence of cultivating fire elemental skills. No wonder he is the #1 fire elemental master in history. No wonder he is the king of all flames in the legends. Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of admiration as he continued to read. Elemental fire arts. Unsurprisingly, this was a skill. It was the supreme fire elemental skill that Zhu Wu Zhu Rong cultivated. As Zhuo Xiaoduo read, he compared it with his own Flaming Sun scripture. He found that there were many similarities. But as he continued to read, he found that there were too many areas that were much more profound than the Flaming Sun scripture. Of course, this was reasonable. Uncle Nan, Nan Shui, Nan Jingqian had given him the Flaming Sun scripture. It was one of the best fire attribute scriptures in the world, and could be called the best fire attribute scripture in the world. This was absolutely irrefutable. But when compared to the lifetime inheritance of the fire god Zhu Rong, the lord of all fires and flames, there was still a huge gap. But no matter what, the Flaming Sun Divine Art had provided Zhuo Xiaoduo with the most stable foundation of a fire attribute cultivation technique. It allowed him to understand this inheritance technique and seamlessly inherit Zhu Rong's primordial fire determination technique. It's so good, it's so well written. Sigh, at least it's better than mine. After roughly flipping through it, Zhuo Xiaoduo stored it in his space ring as if he had found a treasure. His current cultivation was still shallow. Being able to understand it was one thing, but to actually practice it was another matter. This kind of super secret manual had to be studied repeatedly before he could really practice it. Even if the essence of the attributes was the same and could be seamlessly linked, changing cultivation methods still required a process. And now was obviously not the time. After reading the secret manual, Zhuo Xiaoduo planned to use his divine sense to open the jade slip again. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He didn't need to look at it to know that it must contain Zhu Rong's lifetime of cultivation comprehension. With his current divine sense, how could he withstand the infusion of the insights of an expert like Zhu Wu? Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had always been the best at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, would never take such an unnecessary risk. Especially in his current situation, Zhuo Xiaoduo was very afraid that if he was careless, even if he didn't die, the inheritance palace would disappear at the right time. Wouldn't he become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's better to wait until I go back and find someone with a high cultivation to protect me. Only then can I comprehend in peace. With this protector, and this protector having the ability to wake me up at any time, I'll be safe. Now that I'm in the enemy's camp, there's no need to take risks. This thing can't be tried casually. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was still very clear. He knew what to do and what not to do. Immediately, he put away the jade slip. Then, he began to carefully search the entire palace. With Xiao Long leading the way, Zhuo Xiaoduo really searched like a locust swarm passing through. He didn't miss anything at all. As mentioned before, most of the palace was made up of illusory energy. The real things that could be hidden in it were naturally the good things that Zhu Rong had collected in his lifetime. Zhuo Xiaoduo found a box, then another box. Later, when he opened an inconspicuous space ring, his eyes widened. Damn! It was filled to the brim with the heart of the scorching sun. No, this should be something of a higher level than the heart of the scorching sun. Each and every one of them was shining with a dark red light. It felt as if the whole world was going to explode. When Zhuo Xiaoduo saw this, he was so excited that his body trembled. There were more than a few thousand inside. There were at least tens of thousands of them. If the heart of the scorching sun was a pure fire attribute geocentric astral soul's jade, then these in front of him were pure fire attribute hearts of stars. The entire space ring was half filled with these things. Further inside, there was a layer of seal. That meant that there were definitely other good things inside, but he didn't know what they were. Although the heart of the scorching sun and the new fire attribute heart of the scorching sun were of a higher level than the heart of the scorching sun, it was still too high. It was far beyond what Zhuo Xiaoduo could use at the moment. However, these fire attribute hearts of the stars could be replaced with the Tower of Annihilation as a new heat source. Zhuo Xiaoduo was originally worried that the heart of the scorching sun from before had dried up and there was no better replacement. Now, pillows were delivered to him just as he was about to doze off. Moreover, there were many pillows delivered to him at the same time. How timely! Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly searched the entire palace. However, the process was more like wherever Zhuo Xiaoduo went, the place collapsed. After taking out the things inside, it would naturally collapse without the support of fixed energy. As Xiao Duo took out more and more treasures, the palace collapsed faster. However, the energy that collapsed was not wasted. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a stream of light and joined the sea of fire in the distance. The flames grew higher and higher, and a figure slowly rose from the flames. It was an indomitable giant. As the flames grew higher and the temperature became hotter, the flame giant also became bigger and bigger. If anyone who knew about Zhu Wu Zhu Rong saw this, they would definitely be in disbelief. Because the legendary Zhu Wu Zhu Rong had a fiery temperament and would explode at the slightest provocation. As long as there was a slight offense, he would fight with the heavens and earth. He would even fight with other Zhu Wu without exception. He would never admit defeat in his life. He had been domineering all his life. His face was always full of anger. However, at this moment, the divine image of Zhu Rong that rose from the sea of fire looked indifferent. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes, a hint of longing, a hint of guilt and nostalgia. However, there was more relief. It was relief that he could leave with peace of mind. Then, the flame giant slowly rose into the air. When it reached a height of several hundred zhang, its feet were still on the ground, and it didn't actually lift itself up. This was the Zhu Rong ancestor of Magus saying goodbye to this world for the last time. No one would have thought that Zhu Wu Zhu Rong, who was rumored to be neutral like fire, fighting with the heavens and earth, and causing trouble crazily all his life, would use such an extreme relief. It was as if he had been enlightened. There was no hatred, no anger, no complaints, no unwillingness. It was just indifference and relief. He left just like that, taking his leave. On the other side, Zhao's black figure was still flashing freely in the flames. Its little sharp beak bit by bit, sucking the essence of the innate true fire into its mouth. Its eating speed was so fast that it was like a fleeting shadow. From afar, one could even see thousands of three-legged golden crows flying wantonly in the sea of fire. Xiao was very excited and cherished it. It was determined not to let go of any essence of the fire element. Even if he couldn't digest it himself, he had to store it all in his own space. This was Zhu Wu's innate true fire, the purest innate fire element. If it missed this chance, it would not have another chance. Although Xiao was confused and did not know what it was, he knew that it was good stuff and could not let go of it. As for the good stuff in the palace, Xiao did not care about it. Yes, his mother was inside. Naturally, his mother would pack up all the good things inside and take them away. After that, she would even share the profits with him. My mother received it. Can you give me some? The essence of the innate true fire outside had started to burn, but it was impossible to take it all away. It would be a waste if it did not take more. Xiao naturally did not know what kind of opportunity it had encountered. Even when the demon clan ruled the heavenly court and dominated the world, the 10 golden crow princes of the demon clan only mastered the power of the sun's innate true fire. None of them could touch Zhu Wu's innate true fire, let alone cultivate it. At that time, the war between the demon clan and the demon clan was earth-shattering. How could Zhu Wu reveal his cultivation method and innate true fire to the princes of the demon clan who were his mortal enemies? Therefore, what Xiao was in contact with now was a great opportunity that even Demon Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai did not have. Moreover, this fortune would cease to exist along with the departure of Grand Shaman Zhurong. Xiao felt that as it ate, even the feathers on its body became brighter and brighter, shining more and more. The originally pitch-black feather was now like a bright moon disk, sparkling and translucent, like a divine object. Xiao ate crazily with its little sharp beak. Gradually, it felt that its neck could not take it anymore. It had eaten too many times. It did not know how much it had eaten and how much it had stored. In any case, his innate storage space was about to be filled up. Even Xiao Xiao herself felt that it was inconceivable. This is how I usually eat. I'm a crow, and I eat my food bit by bit. What kind of natural ability is this? Today, my neck could not take it anymore because of eating. I have lived for a long time. Would he get cervical spondylosis after eating just one meal? If I really get cervical spondylosis from eating too much, I will definitely become a legend, the first three-legged golden crow who got cervical spondylosis from eating too much. Chapter 1005. Xiao felt a little conflicted. My neck feels really uncomfortable. But this energy is too good, too pure, and too delicious. Even if I get cervical spondylosis from eating this, I am willing to do it. Pain and happiness, no worries, I will gladly endure this hardship. Xiao continued to fly with all her might, and continued to crazily eat. On the other side, the Huang sword quietly floated in the air amidst the flames. It was like a whale sucking in the sea of flames, sucking in the boundless fire energy into its body. Wherever it passed, the flames that were originally extremely bright and blazing would gradually dim. But once the flames in a certain area dimmed slightly, the Huang sword would immediately change its location. It floated in the air, and every time it moved, it would cover a certain area. At first, it was only a few zhang in radius, but as it absorbed the energy, it gradually recovered, and the area it could cover while floating in the air gradually expanded to several li. The boundless sea of flames was like a flood that had found a place to pour, rushing into the Huang sword's body. The Huang sword was different from Xiao. Xiao was absorbing the essence of the innate true fire, which was the essence of the fire element. On the other hand, the Huang sword was not able to quickly digest the essence of the innate true fire because its body was much weaker. Previously, it had inexplicably merged with Zhu Rong's power, so it could not quickly digest the essence of the innate true fire. On the other hand, the scattered sea of flames was easier to absorb. The current situation of obtaining great benefits made the Huang sword feel unprecedentedly happy. It was in high spirits, and felt that it was quickly recovering. If this kind of fire can continue burning like this for a year, I will be able to replenish all my energy here, and I will be in perfect condition. I will be able to recover the heavenly power that I had when I accompanied the Empress to mend the sky. At that time, even if I meet Boss Zhong, I will dare to threaten him. If you hit me again, I will fight back. If I face Boss Sword, I can also happily say, I am about to catch up to you, ho ho. Don't hit me now, you can hit me again in the future, it will be more satisfying. Where Xiao Duo was looting inside, while Xiao and the Huang sword were looting outside. All three parties were trying their best to keep the loot on their bodies. All three parties knew that if they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Moreover, this opportunity wouldn't last for long. These three fellows, one greedy one after the other, crazily plundering. Naturally, Hai Hunshan and the others also entered the palace. In fact, the palace that Hai Hunshan and the others entered was exactly the same as the one that Zhou Xiaoduo entered. Hai Hunshan was the first to enter, and he also found a lot of good things. Hai Hunshan was more careful, and from the moment he entered, he started to touch the first place he saw. This space couldn't exist for too long, so he had to be quick. Hai Hunshan's mind was very clear. He was not confused at all. In a few minutes, Hai Hunshan felt that he had struck gold. He had already collected more than a dozen treasures that could only be found in legends outside. Then, there were more than 20. More than 30. Hai Hunshan became more and more excited, and more proud of himself. Struck gold. This time, he really struck gold big time. The others were about the same. Sha Hun and the others were basically in the same state of excitement. The only one who was different from the others was Sha Hun. After Shah Hun entered, the moment he opened his eyes, he rushed straight to the throne. The places that he had just entered must have been searched by those fellows who had entered first. I have to start from the depths to reap the rewards. Although it seemed like it was divided into 10 palaces, and everyone could enter, and after entering, one person would occupy the entire palace. However, in reality, there was still only one legacy palace. The total number of good things would not change. Only with the passage of time, the treasures would gradually decrease until they were completely taken away. The process in between, if described in clearer terms, would be, starting from Hai Hun Shan who entered first, he entered at 15:00 in the afternoon. Then, at this time, Hai Hun Shan had a complete palace, and nothing inside had been touched. But when Hai Hun Shan started to collect the things inside. For example, if the time of the second entry was 15:01:20, then, in this 1 minute and 20 seconds, the test item that was taken away by Sea Spirit Mountain would no longer exist in this palace, and would not be produced out of thin air. As for the rest, if you took one of them, when I found this place again, it would already be gone. Although it looked like the same palace, in reality, it was already different. Therefore, the 9 people of the No Alliance and Zhuoxiao duo all had something to gain. But in essence, it was equivalent to these 10 people tearing down the legacy palace at the same time. Zhuoxiao duo was the last to enter, so theoretically, he should have obtained the least things. However, due to the special design of the throne, many people tried to decipher the secrets of the throne, and wasted a lot of time. There were originally 4 books and jade slips inside, but now there were 2 sets. Zhuoxiao duo inexplicably triggered the mechanism and obtained the books and jade slips. Hai Hun Shan and Shah Hun, who were in the other palaces, also opened the other side of the armrest. The final result was that Shah Hun obtained a book, and Hai Hun Shan obtained a jade slip. When the 2 of them turned around to look for the other side of the armrest, naturally, there was nothing left. Zhuoxiao duo had already taken it. Similar situations happened to the others, but the rest of them could only open the mechanism of the armrest, but after opening the mechanism, it was already empty. The 10 people continued to search for treasures, but at the same time, they accelerated the process of tearing down the palace, and at the same time, released the energy that formed the palace. As more and more energy was released, it also meant that more and more treasures were taken away. The lifetime collection of the first generation Zhu Wu was divided among the 10 people. When they reached the back of the palace, the speed of the palace's collapse became faster and faster. None of the 10 people were willing to be left behind, and everyone began to work hard. Sha Diao and Sha Yu, who were left behind, were anxious as they watched the palace collapse in front of them. All the good things were taken away. It was too backward. We can't waste any more time in the same place. Let's go straight to the front. Sha Diao thought in his heart, and then suddenly rushed forward. On the other side, Sha Yu also had the same idea. They were indeed siblings. Although they had obtained enough things, who would complain about having more of such dreamy treasures? Even if there were 10 times or 100 times more, they would definitely not complain about having more. But when the 2 of them rushed to the front, they found that the palace had already started to slowly collapse from top to bottom. Then, the entire palace slowly collapsed just like that. There's still the foundation. Sha Yu lowered her head and dived down. But the foundation had already started to turn into fire energy, and started to dissipate. Who is this? Why is he so fucking professional? How can he collect it so quickly? In such a short period of time, the foundation has been taken away. Sha Yu finally couldn't hold it in and started to curse. As the noble daughter of the 12 great clans, Sha Yu rarely got angry. The aristocratic temperament that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years had already been deeply ingrained in the descendants of the great magi. But now, she really couldn't hold it in anymore, and kept on cursing. It was really too infuriating. Who is this? To be able to do such a professional job of smashing and robbing the Foundation. If you're so capable, why don't you just go to heaven? Why are you fighting with us laymen? Could it be Hai Hun Shan? Or that darned Shah Hun? Or was it the treacherous Tu Yunduan? Anyway, it couldn't be Sua Xiao Duo. Sua Xiao Duo was a human. It was already good enough that he wasn't immediately crushed into smithereens after entering Zhu Wu's space. No matter what, it couldn't be done to this extent, right? This was a consensus. Everyone knew that Sua Xiao Duo had the bloodline of the humankind after all, and the Zhu Rong ancestral magus had always paid attention to the purity of the bloodline. This was Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's space of inheritance. No matter what, it couldn't be taken away by the human race. Even if Sua Xiao Duo wasn't beaten to death, it was impossible for him to obtain too much from this space of inheritance. The Foundation collapsed very quickly. At the same time, the rest of the palace began to crumble as well. Soon, everything collapsed, including the palace above. Boom! Just as the Foundation turned into flames, the 9 disciples of the great shaman clan in different timelines and spaces cursed at the same time. Who? That darn person. This is too fucking professional. At least leave some behind. It's too clean. In front, there seems to be an intact part of the wall that collapsed. It should be. What the hell, who did this? Everything under my feet has been emptied. Who the hell is this? The 9 of them were flustered and exasperated to the extreme. This was because everyone had agreed not to be the first to move the Foundation. They all knew that there were good things. However, digging the Foundation was equivalent to destroying the foundation of the palace. They couldn't do anything about it. Even if they wanted to move, they had to collect what was above first. If they destroyed the Foundation first, the part of the palace wall above would collapse and disappear. That would be troublesome. By the time everyone finished collecting what was above, they would already be at the other end of the palace. At that time, everyone would turn back and start collecting the Foundation together. In this way, everyone would have a harvest. Anyway, the Foundation was here. It couldn't run away. However, what they didn't expect was that when they were more than half done, someone actually started to attack the Foundation. Aren't you afraid of being smashed to death, you bastard? Tu Yunxiao cursed loudly. He was mad. Just now, he had seen a treasure and had reached out to grab it. However, all of a sudden, he had grabbed nothing but air. This was too infuriating. Since it had been seen, it must have been there when he saw it. Then, in this 100th of a second, who could be so fast? It was fine if this kind of thing happened once or twice. However, Tu Yunxiao had encountered it more than 90 times. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. Chapter 1006. After being disappointed so many times, Tu Yunxiao felt like his liver was about to explode from anger. This is simply inhumane. What a fucking unlucky bastard. It's either Hai Hun Shan or Shah Hun. When I get out, I won't forgive these 2 bastards. Just as the 9 of them were cursing, Sua Xiao Duo walked out of the palace. Well, there was no palace anymore. He had come out from the Foundation. Who else could do such a wicked thing other than him, Sua Xiao Duo? Who else could it be but me? When it comes to looting treasures, who can compare to me, Sua Xiao Duo? It's a pity that not all of it is mine. I only took a large part of it. It's a pity. Sua Xiao Duo deeply felt that it was a fly in the ointment. These disciples of the Umno Alliance are too greedy. Don't they know that greed is the source of all disasters? This is outrageous. How dare they steal my things? Although I didn't get a lot, at least I got something. Sua Xiao Duo was very dissatisfied. If I got a little more, I could have filled the space ring. Why didn't I get more? If the Flood Witch heard this, she would beat him to death. Ever since I got that life ring, I've never filled it to the brim, not even 1/10 of it. You've already filled it to the brim now. What else do you want? It's a space ring full of treasures, not demon beast meat. And you even got Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's space ring. What else do you want? What else do you want? After going out, Sua Xiao Duo instinctively adjusted his expression. The expression on his face changed from complacency and excitement to depression, disappointment, and indescribable blankness. That it was an indescribable blankness that was full of sorrow but had nowhere to speak. Just by looking at this expression, one could tell that this kid must have come back empty-handed in the space of inheritance. He might have even been beaten up. Otherwise, why would he have such a lifelike expression of despair and regret? He looked at the sea of fire with a melancholy expression. His eyes were red and he squeezed his eyes from time to time. He looked like he was about to cry but couldn't. Or maybe he was trying hard to hold back his emotions. I am very sad, but I want face, I can't cry. I can't lose face. Not long after, the entire palace turned into energy and dissipated, completely dispersing into the surrounding sea of flames. The 9 descendants of the Omno Alliance also walked out one by one. Coincidentally, as if they had discussed it beforehand, everyone's mood was not very good, and they all had an expression of not getting anything. Hai Hunshan frowned as soon as he appeared. His face was filled with disappointment, and unwillingness. In short, he looked very upset. Shah Hun also narrowed his eyes and sighed softly. From time to time, he would turn his head back with a disappointed expression. Kami no Su's face was filled with unwillingness. Sha Yu's face was filled with disappointment, unwillingness and sadness. Sha Zhe's face was filled with self-blame and regret. Tu Yunxiao sighed and pulled at his hair. His face was filled with regret, which was unbearable to look at. Yen Ziki turned his head back 3 times with every step. The unwillingness on his face was practically overflowing. Only Sha Diao looked happy and high-spirited. Obviously, he had gained a lot. Just by looking, one could tell that even if the previous 8 people did not gain nothing, they had gained very little. Only Sha Diao alone was the big winner of this battle. He had gained a grand slam. The ugly daughter-in-law had to meet her parents-in-law eventually. The 10 of them gathered outside. And in the sea of fire in the distance, that indomitable giant was slowly rising. Out of the 10 people here, 9 of them had melancholy expressions on their faces, and one of them was as happy as if he had just married a new wife. Sua Xiao Duo looked at the 9 people of the Wu people with a disappointed and sad expression. His voice was a little hoarse. You guys gained a lot in Zhu Wu's land of inheritance, right? Gained a lot, gained a lot. Ha ha ha, congratulations, congratulations. Hai Hunshan sighed sadly. He was so conflicted that his intestines were about to be knotted. He rolled his tongue and habitually smacked it on his nose. He said, indeed, it's a little disappointing. This is completely different from what I imagined. Gains, sigh. Sha Hun, you gained a lot, right? Sha Hun shook his head and sighed, a bitter smile on his face. As the saying goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. There are many smart people in this world, and there are even more clever people. I didn't think I would be like this. I was tempted by wealth and hoped for a fluke. Sigh, but if I say now that I really didn't gain much, would anyone still believe me? Tu Yunxiao said, I also didn't expect that the great Zhu Wu's palace of inheritance would have so few treasures. Tu Yunyun also said, yeah, it's really disappointing. Sha Yu said, can you guys stop complaining? Compared to you guys, I'm probably the one who gained the least. I didn't even get anything. Shaja said, I don't even know what to say when I get out. It's too embarrassing. I only had one super big opportunity in my life. I entered Zhu Wu's Palace of Inheritance, but I only gained so little. What can I do with it? Kami no Su hesitated for a moment but still sighed. I really want to say that my gains are barely satisfactory. But the truth is not satisfactory. It's so embarrassing. Sigh. Yen Ziki said, I was just a little bit away from being bald. Sha Diao looked at each of them, his face full of shock, doubt, and disbelief. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and glared. What do you all mean? You didn't gain anything. How is this possible? I clearly saw so many treasures, so many fantastic items. If it wasn't Zhu Wu's Palace of Inheritance, where else could there be such treasures? Where else could there be such treasures? You guys aren't lying through your teeth, are you? The more Sha Diao thought about it, the more he felt that these people were not telling the truth. He suddenly became indignant. You can't be so shameless. The 8 of them turned their heads in unison and looked at Sha Diao's face with burning eyes. All kinds of emotions flashed in their eyes. Sha Diao, could it be that you're gained a lot? That can't be, right? Think about it carefully. Sha Diao glared and said, in such a good place, there are treasures everywhere. Of course, I gained a lot. Why? You guys didn't gain much. How is this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I clearly saw so many good things, but when I went over, they were already gone. You guys must have taken them away. You guys are lying. Even if not all of you are lying, there must be someone who isn't telling the truth. That's right. The 8 of them stared at Sha Diao in unison. For a moment, they all had the urge to rush over and strangle him alive in their hearts. This bastard. Isn't he Sha Diao? How did he suddenly become smart? Should this be called a great wisdom appears to be stupidity or great stupidity appears to be wisdom? After sighing with emotion, they all felt inexplicably dejected. He is Sha Diao. He is really a Sha Diao. No matter if it is great wisdom appears to be stupidity or great stupidity appears to be wisdom, he is still a Sha Diao. If you try to reason with Sha Diao, you will only be looking for trouble. You won't be torturing others, you will only be torturing yourself. For a moment, the 8 of them stopped talking to Sha Diao. They couldn't speak anymore. If they did, they would only be shaken off more by this guy. Hai Hun Shan looked at Zhua Xiaoduo with a heavy face and said, Zhua. I didn't expect that in our Omno Alliance's space of inheritance, you would still be the biggest winner. This Zhua, I'm speaking sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Sha Hun said, yes, Zhua is indeed Zhua. In fact, my generation is comparable to a fake. Everyone praised him with all their might. Their flattery was like the overflowing yellow river. It was unstoppable, rolling in and reverberating in the air for a long time. Zhua is wise and powerful. Zhua must have gained a lot. Zhua must have returned with a full load. We are really ashamed of our inferiority. We are far inferior. Zhua Xiaoduo listened to everyone's praises. He looked like he was about to cry. His expression became more and more emotional. He shook his head and said gloomily, don't say any more. Don't say any more. What's wrong? Zhua Xiaoduo was speechless. It really is the Hall of Inheritance. The bloodline requirement is really too unfair. What's wrong with you? How is it unfair? What's wrong? The moment I entered, I fell asleep. What else do you want? Xiaoduo's face was full of disappointment and his eyes were red. I've been sleeping like this until now. When I woke up, the palace was collapsing. If I wasn't alert, I would have been swallowed by the sea of fire. This is simply too fucking bad. Xiaoduo was indescribably angry. He said hatefully, if I had known this would happen, why would I have gone through so much trouble to go in? Just so that I can sleep in it. I'm helping the enemy. How can I face Father Xinghan again? Everyone looked at each other. Xiaoduo's expression was too real. There was no falsehood in it at all. It was completely from the bottom of his heart. There was no acting at all. If this was still considered acting, then it could only be said that this guy's acting skills were too good. All the major awards, movies, television dramas, stage plays, they all owed him a Best Actor or 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 Best Actor awards. You really didn't get anything. Xiaoduo was stunned. Looking at Xiaoduo's face, which was so depressed that he was about to explode with rage and was about to cry, he couldn't help but comfort him sympathetically. Actually, we already guessed that Zhuo wouldn't be able to get anything. Because it was written in the ancient records that the bloodline rejection was the first choice in the land of inheritance. Even if someone coincidentally entered the land of inheritance, it would be difficult for him to get anything. For example, Zhuo only slept for a while and didn't suffer any backlash. He was already very lucky. So, Zhuo, we already expected that you would return empty-handed. Xiaoduo's eyes widened. You mean? You already knew. Then why didn't you say so at the beginning? Everyone looked embarrassed. With Xiaoduo behind his back, he looked at Xiaoduo with his knife-like eyes. Chapter 1007. Why don't I find a chance to finish him off with a knife? Xiaoduo was really Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo had gone too far. Xiaoduo said with grief and indignation, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have gone in. I didn't want to suffer this humiliation and disappointment for no reason. Everyone was getting more and more embarrassed. They really wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Xiaoduo said, Zhuo, how can you be so stupid? You contributed the most to us being able to open Zhu Wu's inheritance. Before everything is set in stone, they won't let go of you, the best tool. In fact, using your power to open the land of inheritance while you can't get anything from the land of inheritance is in the best interest of our Umno alliance. Xiaoduo said sadly, really? Xiaoduo nodded. Of course. Speaking of gains, I feel that I have gained a lot and am very satisfied. But compared to them, they must have gained more than me. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense at all. Each of them should have gained much more than me. Xiaohun and the others looked straight at Xiaoduo. When did this guy become so wise all of a sudden? Every word was on point. But what was he trying to do by saying that? Couldn't he just keep it in his stomach and not say it out loud? Otherwise, they would just beat him to death after they went out. Hai Hunshan and the others looked at Xiaohun, Xiaojie, and Xiaoyu speechlessly. Their eyes had the same thought, is this the Xia family? He's really too wise. Your Xia family actually has such a wise person and a pig teammate. The future is just around the corner. This was no longer the second time. He understood everything, but he didn't understand who was inside and who was outside, who was on his side, and who was his enemy. Xiaoduo admitted that he was helping the enemy, but that was at most unintentional and passive. But Xiaoduo was blatantly speaking in favor of the enemy. Why are you all acting so weird? Why do you keep winking at me? Sha Diao was very puzzled. Instead of thinking about those crooked ideas, let's hurry up and show the harvest. We promised Boss Swa before that everyone would give him 1/10 of the harvest. Words are like the wind, it's too late to regret. He said with a heavy accent, I know you don't want to give it to me, but I want you to give it to me. There's no use winking at me. A promise means a promise. Everyone, dot. Slap. Sha Yu gave herself a hard slap. I was wrong. Why did I wink at him? Such an idiot, the way he looked at him was simply it's my fault. It's all my fault. I was blinded by my own lard that how could a bastard like him understand winks that not only did he not understand, but he also wanted to strip him clean. Swa Xiaoduo's spirits were lifted when he heard this. He said, it's my bad luck that I didn't gain anything. It's fate. However, I'm very comforted that you're willing to give me 10% of your gains. I didn't help you in vain. You didn't call me boss in vain. I believe that as the direct descendant of the Wizard Alliance, you won't go back on your words in addition to the great gains you've made. For a moment, everyone was silent. They all looked at Hai Hun Shan and Sha Hun. The two of you, who were known as the most scheming, had to come up with an idea. Swa Xiaoduo continued, we've been through life and death together. No matter what our original positions were, we've been through life and death together. Although it's inevitable that we'll be enemies in the future, in this space, we're still brothers. As the boss, I don't want to take too much and cause more karma. I'll just take a little as a token. Then, he looked at Sha Diao and said, Sha Diao, you can do it first. I trust you. You said that you gained the least, so you must have gained the least. You probably didn't gain much. Just give us a token later. Swa Xiaoduo spoke quickly and clearly before Sha Hun and Hai Hun Shan. Hai Hun Shan's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly said, Sha Diao, you. Sha Diao laughed excitedly. Swa, you look down on me too much. I said that my gains were not as good as theirs. That's true, but the number of treasures in Zhu Wu's treasure house is not small. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Before he finished speaking, he had already taken out his space ring proudly. With a swipe of his hand, he poured out the contents of his space ring. Poured out. Poured out. The corners of the other 8 people's mouths twitched instantly. Their faces were full of cramps. Their faces were extremely twisted and ferocious. As far as the eye could see, the ground was full of mysterious light and treasure aura. Endless spiritual aura rose densely. It was colorful and magnificent, like pearls bouncing on the ground. There were hundreds of treasures competing with each other. Obviously, Sha Diao was right. His gains were really good. The other 8 people looked at Sha Diao's face like dead fish, and then looked at the treasures on the ground. This guy actually really took them all out that we really don't understand. What are you showing off for? You're right. Compared to everyone else's gains, you're indeed the one with the least gains. You're very wise. You've already made the judgment. Too smart. At this moment, the 8 people all had an illusion. Was this guy pretending to be a fool, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He knew that he had the least gains and was jealous of others' gains. Then he would drag everyone down with him. But after all, it was just a thought. Because this result would cause everyone to suffer heavy losses, even more than Sha Diao, but it would benefit Swa Xiaoduo. In the end, it would harm the overall interests of the Umno Alliance. If Sha Diao really had such foresight, he would have taken this step sooner or later. Therefore, Sha Diao was still Sha Diao, and only Sha Diao. Sha Diao's face was full of pride. Obviously, he was very proud of his gains. He said, I only found these. Innate fire essence, I found a total of 250. There's also Master Zhu Wu's notes on the cultivation of the Wu people. And these, there are 30 frigid ice essence, 7 earth essence souls, 6 wind essence pearls, 6 gold essence pearls, 6 wood essence pearls, and 6 wood essence pearls. Only I didn't find the wood essence pearls. It's a pity that I can't gather all 5 elements. Sha Diao said, according to the agreement, I'll give Zhuo 1/10 of the gains. I won't give you the notes. So, I'll use 1 earth essence soul, 1 wind essence pearl, and 1 gold essence pearl each. I'll replace them. Frigid ice essence souls, 3 for Zhuo. 25 innate fire essence pearls. Sha Diao counted seriously. He pushed all the gains to one side and finally formed a small pile. 7 earth essence souls, 6 wind essence pearls, and 6 gold essence pearls. These were less than 10, so he gave 1 to Zhuo Duo. It was obvious that he wanted to make up for the missing parts of the notes. Sha Diao honestly finished the distribution and said, So, Zhuo, what do you think? I, Sha Diao, am a straightforward person. But I'll definitely do what I promised you. Zhuo Duo took a deep breath and praised Sha Diao. You're really good, a real man. You're a man of your word. This really shows me the elegance of the seniors of the Umno Alliance. You're a man of your word. You can be considered a hero. I, Zhuo Duo, will remember this friendship. Zhuo Duo rarely approved of someone from the bottom of his heart, but Sha Diao did it. Although what he did, in Zhuo Duo's eyes, was stupid and unwise to support the enemy. If it were him, he would never do it. But this sincerity, this boldness of keeping a promise, was enough to move Zhuo Duo. Because of this, Zhuo Duo made up his mind. If he met this guy in the future, he would know his limits. Sha Diao's face lit up. He said, keeping a promise is the moral integrity of the ancestors of the Wu people. Even if we, the descendants of the Wu people, are unworthy, we can't disgrace our ancestors. He said righteously, I'll give you as much as I deserve. I, Sha Diao, won't do things like embezzling, stuffing my own pockets, and destroying the integrity of others. I believe that my brothers won't do it either. Zhuo Duo fiercely nodded his head. That's right, the descendants of the sorcerer tribe are trustworthy, they are honest and trustworthy, they definitely won't do such shady business. On the other side, Hai Hunshan, Sha Hun, and the others couldn't wait to grab Sha Diao, skin him alive, and beat him to death. You're awesome. You talk about integrity. If we don't do it, we're not good people, right? But think about it carefully. Now that they've left Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's palace of inheritance, Zhuo Duo is no longer Zhuo. He's an enemy. You fucking got what's wrong with giving him less? If you give Zhuo Duo less, will Sha Diao die? Will he? She actually dared to make fun of us again and again. Everyone knew in their hearts that Sha Diao wasn't mocking them at all. Those words were indeed what he thought in his heart, and then they came out of his mouth. Since that's what he thought, then that's what he said. But in a situation where everyone had the intention to keep the information to themselves, every word and sentence of those words became the most vicious and sharp mockery. Everyone's expressions didn't look too good. But Sha Diao didn't care about that. After he quickly assigned himself, he even considerately pushed Zhuo Duo's pile towards Zhuo Duo's side. He said considerately, Zhuo, you don't have to be embarrassed. This is what you deserve. You helped us open Zhu Wu's palace of inheritance, so this is what you deserve. Not to mention, we've already promised you beforehand. Sha Diao said naively, I'm not afraid of offending you, Zhuo. Actually, I didn't want to give it to you. But since I've already promised you, there's no turning back. I know that you must feel embarrassed now, and feel ashamed to accept it like this. But you've indeed contributed a lot, so it's reasonable for you to receive something in return. Hai Hunshan and the others rolled their eyes in unison. Embarrassed? He, Zhua Xiaoduo, would be embarrassed. Chapter 1008. How could a scumbag like Zhua Xiaoduo feel embarrassed when he received your gift? The word embarrassed had probably never existed in his dictionary since he was in elementary school. Thank you, Brother Xiaodiao, for your kindness. Zhua Xiaoduo said with emotion, I have to say, even if we are on different sides, I still want to be friends with you. In modern society, there are too many deceitful things. Honest people like Xiaodiao who keep their promises are too rare. He sighed, modern society has developed to the present day. Everyone is calculative and blinded by greed. The teachings of our ancestors and the fine traditions have long been lost. Today, to be able to meet someone as honest and trustworthy as Brother Xiaodiao again, I feel that I am not alone in my path. I feel very happy. Zhua Xiaoduo gave him a thumbs up, good job. Xiaodiao. Xiaodiao's face lit up, it's nothing. We, the disciples of the Umno Alliance, are all such good men. Zhua Xiaoduo nodded repeatedly with a face full of agreement, of course, of course. Xiaodiao put away his things with a face full of pride. He looked up at Hai Hunshan and the others who were dumbfounded and asked curiously, why are you all looking at me like that? Hurry up, I'm done. It's your turn now. Why are you all standing there like idiots? Hurry up, it's been so long. Now that we've left Zhu Wu's land of heritage, the troops chasing after Zhuo will be here soon. Why are you all dawdling? Why are you all looking at you like that? Hee, we want to eat you alive, bite by bite. Xiaodiao. This name of yours is really fucking correct. Every word of Zhua Xiaoduo's was a bait, leading him to say what he wanted to hear. And Xiaodiao cooperated very well, not missing a single word. He really trapped all of us in there. In fact, even if we wanted to stall for time until people came, we couldn't show off any more treasures. Now, because of you, if we don't take them out, we'll feel sorry for our ancestors and the Wu people. He was speechless. Sha Hun and Hai Hunshan looked at each other and saw the speechlessness in each other's eyes. A fool and a woman had dragged the two great think tanks into the ditch, unable to climb out. This was probably the case now. Hai Hunshan sighed. This time, there was no need for him to pretend. He was frowning from the bottom of his heart, from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but take a step forward and say, my harvest is indeed slightly more than Xiaodiao's. Xiaodiao said in surprise, you've got more than me, why did you have that expression on your face just now? Really, Hai Hunshan, it's not good to be too greedy. Shouldn't you thank the heavens and your ancestors for getting these? Hai Hunshan said fiercely, yes, that's right. So, I'm thanking your 8 generations of ancestors now. Xiaodiao scratched his head and murmured, why does it sound like you're scolding me? Hai Hunshan ignored him and took out the treasures one by one. Soon, there was a big pile on the ground. After the distribution, Zhua Xiaoduo got 47 connate fire essences, 15 frigid ice water essences, 2 earth elemental souls, 2 gold spiritual pearls, 2 gold spiritual pearls, and 2 wood elemental spiritual pearls from Hai Hunshan. Xiaodiao didn't get any of these. There was another pile. Then it was Sha Hun's turn. Sha Hun was also very happy. His harvest was slightly less than Hai Hunshan's, but the share he gave was about the same. Then it was Kami no Su. She also looked at Xiaodiao with a drooping face. She took out her share and gave Zhua Xiaoduo a share. Then it was Tu Yunxiao, Tu Yunyun, Sha Yu, Sha Jia, and Yan Ziki. In the end, the share they gave to Zhua Xiaoduo was a little more than everyone else's. Among the 9 people, except for Sand Eagle, who still looked comfortable and relaxed. The other 8 people all looked as if they had eaten shit. It was needless to say how ugly their expressions were. Thank you, everyone. I didn't expect all of you to be so honest and keep your promises. You are indeed the sons of the Wu people. Your words are like the wind, and your words carry weight. Xiaoduo's face was full of sincerity. This guy didn't seem to have any conscience at all. At the beginning, we agreed that you would give me 1/10 of your harvest. But we didn't say how much I would give you. Right? The reason why I pretended that I didn't get anything was for your sake. I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable and fall sick. Hai Hunshan coughed and sighed. Of course. Since we agreed in advance, we won't go back on our words. We Wu people may not be as cunning as you. We humans and the Tao League. But when it comes to honesty, we are number 1 in the world. Of course. Xiaoduo beamed with delight. Over there. The enormous body of Zhu Rong, ancestor of Magi, which was entirely composed of fire power, had already reached thousands of zhangs high. With an inexhaustible sense of relief and reluctance, he rose into the sky, seeming to have no attachment at all. Just as his feet left the ground, a voice rang out from behind him. Within a radius of several thousand miles, all the people of the Umno Alliance who saw this scene, no matter if they were ordinary people or warriors, all knelt down sincerely with tears in their eyes. Farewell, Master Zhu Wu. Farewell, Master Zhu Wu. The huge body finally started to move towards the sky. Shihai, Wu Du, and Zhu Mang, the 3 senior magi, all knelt in the clouds, their eyes full of passion. Farewell, Master Zhu Rong. Behind them, Lei Changtian also bowed slightly, his face full of respect. Farewell, Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. No one could be disrespectful to this senior Zhu Wu, who had once wreaked havoc in the past and present and left behind countless legends. The huge figure rose gradually without looking back, getting further and further away from the ground. The heat of the flaming valley, as Zhu Rong's figure left, started to spread outwards. The fire energy that was originally condensed and gathered in a certain area was about to go out of control. The sea of fire rose endlessly. The 10 people who were still in the central area were sitting quietly, waiting for the moment to go out. Hai Hunshan and the others did not speak. Their gazes were intentionally or unintentionally fixed on Xiaoduo, their hearts full of complicated feelings. After they went out, they would immediately go back to cultivate in seclusion, hibernate, and break through again. However, although Xiaoduo had gained a lot of benefits, it was inevitable that he would fall into the most concentrated encirclement again. There was no need to guess, anyone could guess this result. After waiting for such a long time, it was estimated that the number of people who had the burning order outside would be at least 10,000. Even more were the number of high-level warriors from the Umno Alliance who were waiting for Xiaoduo outside. Even if there were not hundreds of thousands, there would be at least hundreds of thousands. There were also millions of soldiers who had completely sealed off the path back to the astral souls. If Xiaoduo wanted to go back alive, it was simply impossible. Yes, he was strong and tyrannical, invincible among those of the same level, and could even kill those of a higher level, but so what? As long as Xiaoduo showed up, no one would dare to fight him head-on. Everyone who saw him would self-destruct at the first moment. If there was a comparison, it could be said that on the path back to the astral souls, Xiaoduo would have to go through at least tens of thousands of atomic bombs before he could go back. You, Xiaoduo, are only at the god-reigning level after all. Can you withstand it? That was absolutely impossible. No matter how talented you were, how could you survive in the face of such a sea of people who were indiscriminately self-destructing all over the world? Take care of yourself on the way back. Hai Hunshan was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, actually, I sincerely hope that you can go back safely. Yes, Swa, I have always felt that you shouldn't die from self-destruction like this. Shahan sighed and said, if there is a day when we meet again and become enemies, an enemy like you should be beheaded on the battlefield with real swords and spears. Swa Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, what a nice sentence you said. Thank you. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. But as they laughed and laughed, their laughter turned into sighs. Just now, they gave all the things to Swa Xiaoduo without hesitation because they lamented that Swa Xiaoduo wouldn't live for long. Looking at Swa Xiaoduo, who was about the same age as them, or even much younger than them, and who was about to enter the death gate again, everyone's feelings were complicated. Why did a genius like you come to the Umno Alliance? Such a purely suicidal behavior didn't seem like something Swa Xiaoduo would do. Everyone sighed and tacitly stopped talking about this matter. Swa Xiaoduo sighed and said, there is still some time before this realm reconnects with the outside world. Since you called me boss, I will read your faces as a souvenir. He felt that it had been a long time since he had gained luck points. Although he still had enough luck points on hand, who would complain about having too many luck points? After getting so many treasures from these guys, it wouldn't be right if he didn't give them some benefits. Although Swa Xiaoduo didn't have a lot of conscience, he still had some. When the 9 of them heard this, their spirits were lifted and they were full of interest. I've heard about the story of Master Swa's divination of astral souls. Hai Hunshan said, since Swa is so interested, we naturally want to see it. Swa Xiaoduo smiled and nodded. Then, he focused his power on his eyes and looked at Hai Hunshan's face. Then let's start with you. Hai Hunshan subconsciously slapped the tip of his nose with his tongue. He was a little nervous. It was mainly because he had seen Swa Xiaoduo's reputation as a fortune teller many times in the information. He knew that Swa Xiaoduo was really skilled in this aspect. Now that it was about to happen, how could he not be nervous? Your physiognomy. Swa Xiaoduo was stunned and said, your physiognomy. Forget it, let's start with Shahan. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival today. I will continue to write. Later, when my wife drives over, I will go back to my hometown for the festival. Chapter 1009. Hai Hunshan was stunned. What? What's wrong with my face? This isn't your true face. Swa Xiaoduo was speechless. You don't even know your face. Your entire body is not how you should be. My physiognomy focuses on the person's face. How do you expect me to look? This Changxing Saint robe is completely isolated from the mysteries of heaven on your body. Hai Hunshan smiled bitterly. So that's how it is. With this Changxing Saint robe on your body, very few people can see through your fate. This is actually a good thing. Furthermore, this Changxing Saint robe also has the intention of protecting you. Swa Xiaoduo sighed softly and said, Hai Hunshan, are you sure you have really offended that senior Changxing? His so-called punishment for you is actually a form of love, and a very special kind of love. Hai Hunshan's eyes flickered and said, I have indeed disturbed his cultivation, but he is magnanimous and has his own judgment. I understand. Swa Xiaoduo said, he must have left you some other words, right? Hai Hunshan said, yes. He left some words. What? Hai Hunshan was silent for a long time and said, Changxing said at that time, the toad robe will protect you, and you won't turn back unless you meet the Kunpeng. If you don't see a dragon or a phoenix in this life, you can stop fighting until you reach the heavens. Swa Xiaoduo coughed and thought, this Changxing's words are even more confusing than my judgment. This ability to deliberately mystify things is worth learning. Gao Zhang. The first 2 sentences were understandable, but the last two sentences were simply shrouded in fog and had no beginning or end. Xiaoduo coughed and said, Senior Chanxing's judgment of Brother Hai is indeed full of goodwill. Not only would it ensure the success of half of one's life, it would also point out the way to protect one's life in times of danger. Brother Hai only needed to remember that when he reached a certain height, if he encountered a strong enemy that he could not match, he must not act rashly. He must know how to turn back and escape. Naturally, he would be able to escape. Also, there is a great opportunity in life. If you can encounter it, you can ensure that you have no worries for the rest of your life. But if you can't, when you reach a certain height, you will reach the end of your life. You can either live in seclusion for the rest of your life, or... Xiaoduo said, but that should be a long time in the future. At least for the time being, you don't have to worry. Hai Hunshan smiled and said, I feel the same way. It is vague and out of reach. It makes one unable to make sense of it. I might as well not think too much about it. If you did not mention it today, Xiaoduo laughed and said, when you really encounter it, you will naturally be enlightened. Right now, everything is just speculation. It is hard to come to a conclusion. That's true, that's true. Hai Hunshan skipped over. Next was Sha Hun. Xiaoduo looked at Sha Hun, Kami no Su, Tu Yunxiao and the rest. Finally, he looked at Sha Diao. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The luck, fate, and future development of these 9 people were not weak in any aspect. Moreover, there were no signs of them dying prematurely. The only one with a slightly worse fate was Tu Yunyun. There were faint signs that she would die prematurely. As for the others, each and every one of them had the potential to soar into the sky. This is too good, isn't it? Xiaoduo was really puzzled by this result. If Sha Hun and the rest's fate were a little stronger, they would almost be able to catch up with Li Changlong and Long Yuxing. Were the descendants of the Umno Alliance all so awesome? If Sha Hun and the rest were all people with great luck, then were the other descendants of the Umno Alliance the same? How many people were there with great luck like them? They were just a small group of them, right? However, Xiaoduo still said what he could. First, he talked about the past. Then, he looked forward to the future and gave a few words of advice. But just this alone was enough to make the 8 people cry out in surprise. Too accurate. I was indeed. You can even predict that I made a big mistake when I was 8 years old. That's amazing. You can also predict that I lost my yang when I was 15 years old. This. Shah's face was red, but he still exclaimed. I only liked one person. Cough. Sha Yu's face was red. But so many years have passed. That person was just a guard. How could it be? This is not too accurate. It's like peering into the past, predicting the present, and seeing the future. That's right, that's really too amazing. After hearing this, the 8 people were all shocked by Xiaoduo. They were unable to control themselves. Sha Hun squinted, but there was also uncontrollable shock and admiration in his eyes. He said, I'm very curious. How can a person like you, who can see through fate, put yourself in such a situation? Is it because a doctor can't treat himself, and a fortune teller can't see his own fate? This inadvertent sentence touched Xiaoduo's sore spot. He almost cried out loud. He sighed deeply and said, Do you think I want to? I was set up. What happened? Tell us quickly. Let us all be happy. Ah. The person who set me up was my father's old enemy. He was very powerful. He was the one who sent me to the Umno Alliance. I'm so angry. Xiao Duo was so melancholy that his intestines were in a knot. You can't imagine the situation when he threw me here. How could such a thing happen? That person's means are really despicable, but also really powerful. Everyone was already shocked when they heard this. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that this matter was very strange. What kind of enemy would do such a thing? If they had some kind of deep-seated hatred for Xiaoduo's father, wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? Losing a beloved son was already the most painful thing in life. Why did they have to throw him to the Wu people's headquarters? People like Hai Hunshan and Sha Hun couldn't help but think deeper. Xiaoduo's strength wasn't that great compared to the high-level combatants, but his father's enemy was able to bring Xiaoduo to the Umno Alliance's territory without anyone noticing. This was a very powerful move. And they didn't know if that enemy was still in the Umno Alliance's territory. If they left after throwing Xiaoduo, then things would be fine. But if they were watching from the sidelines, then this person's strength would be unimaginable. It had to be known that at this moment, there weren't only the people in the Burning Order, many of the Umno Alliance's itinerant cultivators, a large army, and many Flying Heavens Dao integration stage or even higher experts. Although they couldn't attack Xiaoduo, they could constantly remind everyone of Xiaoduo's current location. And with so many high-level combatants, they couldn't find that person. That person's strength must be terrifying. If they thought about it from this, then wouldn't Xiaoduo's father's strength also be very terrifying? Although Xiaoduo's background information showed that his parents were ordinary people, and he only had an elder sister with an extraordinary cultivation level, judging from today's situation, Xiaoduo's background was probably not simple either. In the end, no matter who killed Xiaoduo, they would have made an extremely difficult and unfathomable enemy for no reason. This series of analysis was extremely terrifying. They didn't understand it, but it was still very intriguing. After thinking about it for a while, they couldn't help but shudder and sigh. That's more or less what happened. Sigh. Xiaoduo recounted the events with a melancholy expression. He was extremely speechless. This place. To be honest, in my original plan, I didn't plan to come here even if I was a Flying Heavens cultivator, let alone a Flying Heavens cultivator. I had to be at least a Dao integration stage cultivator before I could come here. Who would have thought that I would be thrown here when I was only a Flying Heavens cultivator? This is basically a trap. The 9 of them all broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this. Only a Dao integration stage cultivator would dare to come here. Your cautiousness, or rather, your love for your life, is probably unparalleled in the entire 3 continents. I really hope you can return safely. Sha Hun and the others said this sincerely. Hai Hunshan said, Zwa, what do you think the future of our continent will be like? Sha Hun and the others all turned to look at Hai Hunshan and pricked up their ears. The future of the continent. Xiaoduo was dumbstruck. What do you mean? I mean, the safety of the continent. Hai Hunshan took a deep breath. In your opinion, how many years will it take for the demons to return? Xiaoduo was silent for a moment before replying, I really can't tell right now. My cultivation is far from that stage. This really wasn't an excuse. Xiaoduo's manifestation divine ability hadn't improved at all. At the very most, he could only see 3 months of good fortune. Once he saw someone with a higher cultivation base, the benefits would be limited, and the consequences would be severe. In the end, it was all because he was too weak. Hai Hunshan sighed and said, in my opinion, that day isn't far away. Sha Hun nodded silently. Speaking of this matter, everyone's faces were gloomy and their hearts were heavy. Now, the 3 continents seem to be fighting each other, and the war is getting more and more intense. But in fact, the higher-ups of all 3 sides are consciously training their troops. Hai Hunshan said, "This practice is nothing more than preparation for the future return of the demons." It can be seen that no side has much confidence in the future war. They can't fight against the demons with their own strength. In fact, compared to the Demon Alliance's strength now, there's no comparison at all. And there's not much time left for us to grow. Hai Hunshan sighed deeply. So, from this point of view, I don't want Swa to die in the Umno Alliance. Because, in the future war against the demons, Swa's fortune-telling ability is really too useful. But now, we're still in a state of life and death. We want to, but we don't have the strength. Sha Hun sighed. Besides, even if the demons return, the hatred between the astral souls and the Wu people that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. How can it be resolved? Both sides have too much blood on their hands. The so-called alliance is just a thought. At this point, everyone sighed. There's no need to be so pessimistic, Swa Xiaoduo said. The demons also don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. They also have 1 nose and 2 eyes. Sigh. It's really hard to say. Hai Hunshan and the others shook their heads. Many demons have 3 heads and 6 arms. It's not like they don't have more. The number of eyes and noses is also not fixed. Don't be blinded by a single leaf and your thinking is fixed. Swa Xiaoduo subconsciously sweated. Chapter 10:10. As they chatted, Zhu Rong's remnant soul finally disappeared completely. The ground shook slightly for a moment. Then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the depths of the ground beneath their feet. It seemed that countless torrents were surging at an unknown depth underground. The Red Sun Mountain Range, the holy land for fire elementalists, will probably cease to exist from now on. Hai Hunshan and the others sighed heavily. The surrounding flames suddenly burst into flames. At this moment, the intensity of the fire had reached its peak. Swoosh! Huang's sword and Xiao flew back. Everyone's eyes widened. This is... Before they could say anything, 10 beams of light had already descended from the sky and covered 10 people. This was the end of Zhu Wu's land of inheritance. There was no time for them to ask any questions. Originally, they did not understand Huang's sword and Xiao and wanted to ask, but it was already too late. Everyone's hearts were instantly filled with the melancholy of their impending separation. This melancholy was very special. In the end, they had to return to being enemies. They could not live under the same sky and would not rest until one of them was dead. However, this situation had really come to an end. Their brotherly relationship had come to an abrupt end. Swa, take care. Take care, Swa. We will go back into seclusion after we leave. We won't cause you any more trouble. Take care of yourself and return to the astral souls safely. See you again. Everyone cupped their hands. If we meet on the battlefield in the future, don't show any mercy. Because we won't show any mercy either. Take care. A long rainbow-like light flashed. Swa Xiaoduo felt his body suddenly rise from the ground. He only had time to say one last parting sentence. I won't show any mercy to you either. He only had time to say this sentence before he was pulled up from the ground by a huge gravitational force. The following sentence, I hope we don't meet on the battlefield, was choked in his throat. Of course, no one else could hear it. 10 beams of light soared into the sky. The 10 of them were separated into 10 different directions. They were shot out like rockets, and no one knew where they ended up. This was Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's final protection for his successor. He did not want anyone to find out where his successor had gone. Outside, countless Umno Alliance warriors were kneeling on the ground, gazing at the direction where Zhu Wu Zhu Rong had disappeared with great reverence. Even the three senior magi were doing the same, with their faces covered in tears. This was Zhu Wu's charm. This was the charm of a true expert. During this period of time, Zhu Rong's display of power and might is where we are heading. Although we didn't obtain anything, we were able to see the true path ahead of us, the strength that we should possess. Seeing the 10 beams of light soar into the sky, the 3 grand shamans and ancestor devil flew up together. Sua Xiao Duo was within the 10 beams of light. But, which one of them was him? Lei Changtian saw that the situation had taken a turn for the better. Naturally, he was secretly delighted. However, just as he relaxed a little, he immediately became anxious again. In this beam of light controlled by Zhu Wu himself, even he had no way of detecting his grandson's life force. In other words, he had no idea which one was Sua Xiao Duo, and he had no way of tracking him. This time, he had really lost contact with them. If he chased after any one of them, wouldn't he only have a 1/10 chance? Lei Changtian's whole body turned cold. This random teleportation, where did it send my grandson to? The 10 beams of light flashed in the sky and disappeared without a trace. It would be fine if they were teleported to somewhere close to the Sun-Moon Pass, but if they were directly teleported to the back of the Umno Alliance's mainland, then they would really be done for. Whoa, I was wrong. Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. The beam of light's teleportation speed was too fast. He couldn't even catch up with it. He didn't even have a 1/10 chance. On the other side, the Grand Shaman of the West Sea took out his phone and began to issue orders. Attention, there are 10 directions. 3 in the east, 3 in the northeast, 3 in the northwest, 1 in the south, 2 in the west, and 1 in the north. Looking at this speed and Zhu Wu's power, they are about 20,000 miles away from the Red Sun mountain range. Search within the local area immediately. The 9 Wu people's disciples, once you find them, immediately escort them back to the main family to cultivate in seclusion without any delay. If you find Sua Xiao Duo, immediately report to the higher-ups and inform me. Do not act rashly and alert the enemy. Yes. Orders were issued one after another in an orderly manner. This order caused the entire Umno Alliance's mainland to be shaken. The subordinates followed suit and acted immediately. As the beam of light gradually disappeared into the distance, the countless volcanoes in the Red Sun mountain range below erupted simultaneously. A huge amount of magma soared into the sky. Within a radius of several thousand miles, the magma covered the sky and the earth. Thick smoke billowed and covered the entire sky. The 99 volcanoes in this realm spewed magma at the same time. Clouds gathered in the sky, and a torrential rain poured down. This was the eruption of the Umno Alliance's mainland. Using this method to send off Zhu Wu Zhu Rong, who had wreaked havoc in the world for God knows how many years. At the last moment of Zhu Wu's departure, the dojo released all the fire energy in this realm in one go. From then on, no one would be able to obtain any more fire energy in this realm. Zhu Wu's departure was accompanied by a torrential downpour. It was as if the souls of the past and present were crying for him. A legend of a generation, had finally come to an end today. There was no trace of him left behind. An indescribable sense of sorrow filled the entire sky. It filled the hearts of everyone in the Umno Alliance's mainland. Many ordinary people and warriors in faraway places didn't know the reason or what had happened. However, they felt an indescribable sadness in their hearts. They wanted to cry for some reason. Inexplicably, tears flowed down their faces. The ancestor god who had fought for the Wu people his entire life. Today, even the remnant of his soul after the battle would completely leave. From now on, he would no longer protect this place. He left in a relaxed and resolute manner. I, Zhu Rong, will only fight in this life. I won't ask for an afterlife. A vigorous life was enough. At the peak of the Umno Alliance's Flood Palace, a figure flashed. The Flood Witch, who was in seclusion, appeared at the peak of the mountain. She stood there with a solemn expression. Facing the other side of the mountain, she bowed slightly. Lord, take care. From here, she couldn't even see the thick smoke that covered thousands of miles. She couldn't even see the clouds. However, the Flood Witch knew what had happened. She knew that Zhu Wu, who she had always respected, had left. There was no trace of him left in this world. Although Flood Magus had been cultivating himself with the cultivation method of Gong Gong Ancestor Magus, the fighting method he used was the fighting method of Zhu Rong Ancestor Magus. In particular, the invincible Thousand-Soul Nightmare Hammer was an extreme move derived from the fighting style of Zhu Rong Ancestor of Sorcery. The Flood Witch stood on the peak of the mountain. She sensed the indescribable aura between heaven and earth. She sensed Zhu Rong's earth-shattering departure. She had an indescribable feeling that kept attacking her soul. She felt that the sea of fortune she created was suddenly overflowing at this moment for some reason. It even surged crazily. It overflowed and kept rushing in. In an instant, the Flood Witch felt that she was about to explode. However, a little light suddenly rushed into her mind. She looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Then, she saw clouds rushing over from all directions like a gust of wind and lightning. One breath. It was just a single breath, but all of the spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 kilometers was sucked dry in one breath. The Flood Witch straightened her body. Her messy hair fluttered in the wind. Golden light flashed in her eyes. She put her hands behind her back. Suddenly, she raised one hand and said softly, "Slash." A muffled voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. It sounded like a response. Slash. The voice of this single word seemed to have resounded from ancient times until now, and it had never stopped. All the Daos in the world and all the souls in the past and present shouted at the same time. It was deafening. Suddenly, the sky dimmed for a moment. A strong sense of expectation filled the sky above the mountains and rivers of the Umno Alliance. The Flood Witch straightened her body and revealed a faint smile on her face. From her body, a figure suddenly flashed out and stood in front of the Flood Witch. It was actually another the Flood Witch. She also had messy hair and a burly figure. She was wearing a green linen robe. Naturally, she revealed a domineering aura that looked down on everything and looked down on the past and present. The two Flood Witches looked at each other. The Flood Witch's face was full of warmth and joy. It's been a long time. The Flood Witch who suddenly appeared responded with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, it's been a long time." The Flood Witch nodded faintly. "Fellow Daoist, please wait for a moment. I'm looking forward to seeing your great power." The Flood Witch who suddenly appeared waited cheerfully. The Flood Witch stood in the middle of the strong wind high in the sky. Her clothes and hair fluttered wildly. Suddenly, she took another breath and shouted in a deep voice again, "Kill." This time, he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to shout out the words. "Fight!" Heaven and earth rumbled again. Endless wind, clouds, and thunder gathered above her head and slowly rotated. A huge disk seemed to appear in the sky. It was completely composed of thunder and lightning. It rotated slowly in the air, faster and faster. In a flash, two more figures flashed out of the Flood Witch's body like the Flood Witch who suddenly appeared. They also laughed loudly and were full of joy. "Fellow Daoist. It's been a long time. Fellow Daoist, it's been a long time. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would finally succeed today and be able to stand in this world. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Flood. The three of them cupped their hands together and congratulated the great Flood Witch with sincere words. Congratulations to the three of you, congratulations to the three of you. The Flood Witch's original body also smiled. Her face became more and more rosy, and the aura on her body became more and more peerless. At this moment, even the heavens and earth would take a detour when they saw her and temporarily avoid her. He stood with his hands behind his back and said softly with some emotion, "Thank you, Heavenly Tao. From today onwards, the Wu people finally have the power to fight. We have a trace of power to compete with the demon race. Although it's not much, it's still there. The heavens didn't abandon me. The heavens didn't abandon the Wu people. Thank you." The Flood Witch cupped her hands towards the sky and bowed sincerely. "Thank you." In the sky, muffled thunder sounded, as if it was responding. "Please help me again." The Flood Witch cupped her hands. "My hammer has yet to appear for the three of you." Chapter 10-11. In the sky, the huge disk formed by the lightning bolts spun violently, making muffled thunder sounds as if it was saying something. The Flood Witch laughed loudly. Suddenly, she raised her hand and threw the 2,000 soul nightmare hammers, which were famous in the 3 continents and had never been defeated, into the sky and into the disk. She yelled, "Wu people, Changtian, give me a hand. The 1,000 soul hammers appear in this world." She sank her chi into her dantian and sensed the power of providence that was still rushing toward her. Then, she yelled in a deep voice, "Hammers." Then, a muffled boom sounded. The disk in the sky crackled violently, and a 300-meter thick lightning bolt suddenly fell from the sky and covered the Flood Witch's entire body. Then, 2 phantoms of the 1,000 soul nightmare hammers appeared. Then, 2 more phantoms appeared, and 2 more phantoms appeared. Ha! The Flood Witch's original body couldn't help but widen her eyes. Even though she was in the most magical moment of the connection between heaven and man, the Flood Witch was still shocked. "This is not right. I have my original hammers, and now I have 3 more incarnations. 6 more hammers will be enough. Including my original 1,000 soul nightmare hammers, I have 8,000 soul nightmare hammers in total. What a simple number. But now, how come there are 4 phantoms of hammers? Including my original hammers, there are 5 of them. There is an extra pair. Heavens, did you make a mistake?" The 1,000 soul nightmare hammers were still spinning in the middle of the lightning pool, and the phantoms of the 8 hammers were being forged in the lightning pool and gradually taking shape. Just as the Flood Witch's face was filled with confusion, the last 2 shadows of the sledgehammers that were not part of the plan also took shape. However, unlike the other 6 sledgehammers, they didn't stay in the same place. Instead, they got out of the lightning pillar and turned into flowing light in the sky. They sped into the sky and flew away. The Flood Witch's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "What the fuck? These extra hammers aren't under my control. Where are you going?" The shadows of the 2 sledgehammers really disappeared in a flash. Not only was the Flood Witch confused, but her 3 doppelgangers were also confused and in disbelief. This was simply inconceivable. Fellow Daoist, you can actually make a mistake in the process of severing the corpse. What the hell is going on? Could it be that Daoist Brother Flood's true self is actually illiterate? There are 4 of us, 4 pairs of sledgehammers, 1 pair for each of us. 8 sledgehammers are perfectly balanced. Why did you have to create a 5th pair, and then let the 5th pair fly away? What kind of explanation was that? What was going on? What's more, the pair that flew away, who exactly were they prepared for? The first doppelganger of the flood which had already opened its hand and stretched out its arm, ready to welcome the arrival of its life companion weapon. But the two hammers didn't even pay attention to it, and directly flew away. This doppelganger of the flood which, who had stretched out his two arms, suddenly froze on the spot, not knowing what to do next. What happened to the boss? Stopped my sledgehammers. Why did they fly away? When the four doppelgangers of the flood which were all confused and in disbelief, the shadows of the other three pairs of sledgehammers almost got rid of the thunder and lightning one after another, rotating violently in the sky. Then they fell down, and when they fell into the hands of the three doppelgangers, they had already become real. Three pairs of murderous weapons, which were almost the size of a water tank, appeared all of a sudden. It was inevitable that many things would happen in the world. The thunder and lightning in the sky continued to roar, until the original body of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer finally fell down, like a feather, and fell into the hands of the Flood Witch. The huge thunder disk in the sky started to slow down from its violent rotation, as if it had used up all its energy, and started to recuperate. The Flood Witch couldn't bear it anymore. She frowned and looked at the sky, saying, "I only have 3 doppelgangers. What's the reason for the first pair of hammers? Why did they fly away?" Hearing this question, the lightning disk's rotation immediately paused. Then, the Flood Witch seemed to have heard something. She frowned and said, "How is this possible?" But the thunder disk had completely stopped rotating, and turned into a dark cloud that covered tens of millions of miles. With a muffled sound of thunder, the entire Umno Alliance, from the south to the north, from the east to the west, started to rain heavily at the same time. In some of the colder regions, huge snowflakes floated down like woolen blankets. All the people of the Umno Alliance, no matter if they were ordinary people or warriors, felt clear-headed and clear at this moment, as if they had understood something. They felt that the road ahead was bright and clear, and there was no obstacle in their way. Those who had injuries, whether it was obvious or hidden, were all healed unknowingly. Those who had illnesses also felt a lot lighter. Many warriors even felt that their bottlenecks had loosened at this moment. Some even broke through directly and advanced to the next level, but they were still in a daze. There were also many geniuses who had suppressed the agitation of their real essence many times. They originally could not suppress their real essence anymore, but now they found that their dantian, which seemed to be full and could not be compressed anymore, had a capacity again. At least they could suppress their real essence once more, or even twice more. Many high-level cultivators who had reached the end of their lives and had signed the burning order actually felt that their lives had been extended at this moment. Maybe they could fight for a bit more, and with the increase in their lifespan, they could go one step further. The entire Umno Alliance suddenly fell into a state of thunderous cheers at this moment. It shook the entire Umno Alliance for tens of millions of miles. The Flood Witch stood on top of the mountain and suddenly laughed bitterly. "Is it that little guy who came?" The Umno Alliance changed overnight, and the root of it was actually him, the one with great luck. Before she finished speaking, the Flood Witch stared at the heavy rain. The entire Umno Alliance was filled with fatality because of this. Above the clouds, something seemed to flash past. The Flood Witch suddenly stood up and shouted, "Since you passed by me, why didn't you leave some gifts for me?" When he landed again, there was a huge water ball in his hand. The water ball was as big as 4 or 5 basketballs. It was extremely clear, shining in his hand. 9th Heaven Spirit Spring. When the Umno Alliance's land was filled with fatality, the 9th Heaven Spirit Spring, as an innate spirit object, instinctively came to collect some vitality to promote its own evolution. However, the Flood Witch discovered it as soon as it came. Although it tried to escape, the Flood Witch still took away nearly 1,000 pounds of it. This was not a simple case of stealing a chicken without giving up the rice. It was an extremely huge amount. Before this, all the ninth heaven spirit spring in the 3 continents for millions of years added up together was not enough for this amount. However, the flood witch at this moment intercepted it with a stretch of her hand. No wonder there were so many geniuses in the past. It turns out that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, even an innate spirit object like the ninth heaven spirit spring could be obtained so easily. Before this, I was still too weak. It was a sin to not have enough strength. The flood witch put away the ninth heaven spirit spring and then laughed loudly. Today, I, the flood, finally have a glimpse of the great Tao. Congratulations, fellow cultivator. The 3 doppelgangers of the flood witch congratulated at the same time. One of them said, "Deity, I'm afraid that our 3 doppelgangers are not part of the 3 corpses. May I ask, how did you split us? Why are we like your replicas? It's really different from the legend of cutting the 3 corpses to prove the Tao." The flood witch laughed loudly. Of course it's different. I'm not cutting the 3 corpses to prove the Tao. He raised his head and laughed. I, the flood, have a clear conscience in all my life. There is no good or evil in me. I only have a heart for battle, a soul for slaughter. I only have one great Tao, and that is fighting. Only fighting. Fighting for a lifetime. Fearless. The 3 flood clapped their hands and laughed at the same time. Well said, well said. You've won my heart. In that case, my name will be Hongzhan, said the floodwater, who was the first to be materialized by the doppelganger. The second doppelganger said, "Okay, then my name is Hong Sha." Well, the Sha in kill is a bit too fierce. Let's call me Hong Sha. In that case, my name is Hongzhan. The 3 of them laughed loudly. From now on, I'll work with all of you to protect the Wu people with all my blood. The flood witch bowed solemnly. From now on, life and death will only depend on fighting. Everyone, I, the flood, thank you in advance. I'm just being polite. That's how it should be. The 3 of them laughed. The flood witch looked up to the sky and roared. The 3 of them also laughed. Their figures flashed and returned to the body of the flood, becoming one again. Traceless and traceless. After all, the doppelganger had just been created. It still needed a long time to get used to it. Then it could be said that they could cultivate and do their own things. The flood witch stood on top of the mountain and looked into the distance. She murmured, "Zwa, you have to be faster." Then she turned her head and looked in the direction where the 2 hammers flew. She frowned and whispered, "Why is that little guy here?" He wanted to go and take a look, but after thinking about it, he held back. "I'm not going. I'll take responsibility for my own life. Kid, don't die." When the Umno Alliance changed, the Tao League and the Astral Souls also sensed it clearly. Because of the heavy rain, the Umno Alliance's army retreated, which was rare. Everyone in the Umno Alliance felt the infusion of life energy. At this time, none of the Umno Alliance's commanders urged their soldiers to fight with their lives. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could they waste it? The Tao League and the Astral Souls that bordered each other also had different weather changes. Originally, the Tao League's territory was sunny, but now it was cloudless. Chapter 10-12. The Astral Souls continent was in a rainy season. However, when the Umno Alliance's continent fell into a torrential downpour, the Astral Souls continent stopped all of a sudden. Then, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, and the sky became clear again. The Astral Souls continent was in a rainy season. However, when the Umno Alliance's continent fell into a torrential downpour, the Astral Souls continent stopped all of a sudden. Then, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, and the sky became clear again. The sun was shining at an unprecedented intensity. The change was very obvious. It was so obvious that the heavenly kings of the Tao League who were supervising the battle at the front line could clearly feel the resentment of the heavens. It seemed to be complaining about something. So disappointing, so disappointing. Look at him, and then look at you guys. That it was the kind of sour feeling that other people's children had not disappointed them. Although it wasn't expressed in words, it was already on the surface. They really didn't understand what was going on. Why did the heavens and earth move, and the universe lose its color? That on the other side, far away. Yuxingchen stood up in front of the secret chamber. He felt the vibration in his godly soul and sighed. He broke through again. He truly stepped onto the path of Tao that no one has ever stepped onto for so many years. Looking at his own hands, Yuxingchen's heart became more and more gloomy. That path of Tao was something that he probably wouldn't be able to step onto for the rest of his life. Ever since his wife died in the battle, and the explosion that shocked the entire Sun-Moon Fortress reached his ears, his life was no longer complete. He didn't have the chance to be complete anymore. Old Zhua. From now on, it's all up to you. Yuxingchen, the star-plucking monarch, looked expectantly at the secluded cultivation room. Ever since his wife died, Yuxingchen didn't want to live anymore. His life was no longer complete. The birds that used to fly together were now alone. No matter how long his life was, what was the point? Back then, the woman whose life was intertwined with his was no longer there. Even if I have earth-shattering achievements, what's the use? Who am I going to show off to? Who would be glorified by this? Just to kill people? Just for the reverence of others? No. My achievements have always been for the sake of the person I love. I roam the pugilistic world, I battle the heavens and the earth, I advance bravely, my name shakes the entire continent. I went through fire and water, I fought hundreds of battles, I broke through to the heavenly king stage, I became an imperial emperor. That I only did it for the pride in your eyes. You're proud. This is your man. Now, the arrogance in his eyes was gone. It no longer existed. Then even if I become a saint, I won't have a pair of white hands holding a cup of fragrant tea and whispering to me in a soft voice, "You're amazing. You've worked hard." There was nothing left. All of his efforts were meaningless. I still exist now for the sake of the future of the astral souls, but for myself, I no longer want a future, and I no longer look forward to it. After the battle, he was no longer in a hurry to go home. After the battle of life and death, when I was covered in wounds, no one would bandage my wounds with heartache. I no longer have a person who can let me release my weakness in front of her. My exhaustion. In the vast world, I'm the only one left. I'm only waiting, when one day when you meet an enemy you can't fight against, when you can't fight against them, you will turn your own life into fireworks, just like you did back then. Yuxingchen smiled bitterly. He felt the shocking aura of his old enemy in the distance. He felt the intense shock in his soul, but his heart was still calm, without joy or sorrow. He took out a bottle of wine from his ring, opened the bottle cap, and drank 2 mouthfuls. The wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, and a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. Wait for me. Old Zhua, good luck. In the secret chamber. The endless smoke, the countless merging. Originally, there were still countless figures moving about, but for some reason, the process suddenly sped up. Almost all of them had disappeared, and now it was finally coming to an end. Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding didn't choose to keep their appearances before they transformed. Instead, they kept their appearances when they transformed into the mortal world. This was necessary, because the two of them were worried that their son and daughter would feel unfamiliar after seeing them. Therefore, they abandoned their past appearances. No matter how beautiful they were, no matter how peerless they were, they couldn't compare to the familiar image of their parents in their children's eyes. The two of them sat peacefully, not stagnant in the world. Around them, there were still wisps of fog circling, spiraling, and merging into their bodies. That was the aura of their souls, making the final integration. At this most critical moment, the two of them both felt the vibration of the heavenly Tao's soul. The two of them instinctively opened their eyes, feeling the aftershocks of the great Tao. The flood has broken through. Zhuo Changlu took a light breath. He has embarked on the final path. The flood which is worthy of being a hero of a generation. In this life, he should be invincible in this world. Wu Yuding also sighed and said with some admiration, after embarking on the path of the great Tao, he is actually willing to share this kind of fluctuation of the heavenly Tao with his opponent. Just this magnanimity alone makes me ashamed of my inferiority. Indeed. The flood which is a rare opponent, a rare enemy. Zhuo Changlu said matter-of-factly, but don't forget, he has another identity. He is our relative. He should do this. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Hurry up, let's finish the last bit of integration and get out quickly. Our son and daughter must be waiting anxiously. The agreed time should be almost over. Zhuo Changlu wanted to say, it's already over. But after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. He nodded and said, okay, after the integration, I will also give the flood a shock. It's only right to reciprocate. You are still half a step away. Wu Yuding ruthlessly exposed her husband's pretentiousness. Originally, you were neck and neck, but the flood took another step and is still ahead of you. But just now, for some reason, endless power of providence suddenly surged in. It's enough to make up for it. Zhuo Changlu was complacent. Besides, originally, there was a lot of difference. Now that I am only half a step away, it's also an achievement. Well, half a step ahead of me, 1 step ahead of you. Wu Yuding closed her eyes. Just you wait. Wait. I will wait. I have a son, a daughter, a son-in-law, and a daughter-in-law. Am I afraid of you? Zhuo Changlu snorted and closed his eyes. But in the end, he still felt a little guilty. He secretly opened a crack and took a few more glances before closing his eyes and peacefully going into seclusion. Thinking of his son and daughter, Zhuo Changlu subconsciously revealed a warm smile at the corner of his mouth. It had been a long time since he beat that kid that he didn't know if he wanted to beat him up even more now. Nian Nian is probably crying when she misses us now. Her eyes are red. That girl just loves to cry. No matter how high her cultivation is, it's useless. She will probably be like this for the rest of her life. Sigh, I should hurry up and finish my seclusion and send a message to the two of them that we are just sitting here and can't move. We are all so anxious. At about the same time, Li Chenglong was also frantically looking for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Originally, it was still the holidays, and Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappearance should have been confirmed a few days or even more later. But unfortunately, something happened. As expected, something happened on Xiang Chang's side. Well, to be more precise, something happened to Zhan Xuejuan's Zhan family. After the Chinese New Year, as the new son-in-law who was already engaged, Xiang Chong naturally had to make a trip to Zhan Xuejuan's house. Li Chenglong had always kept Zhuo Xiaoduo's words in mind. He knew that Zhan Xuejuan could be in trouble at any time, so he shamelessly brought Xiang Bing and followed his brother-in-law to his in-law's house. After going to the Zhan family, they were naturally treated well. After staying like this for a few days, they returned to Qianlong together. Nothing happened, so Li Chenglong heaved a sigh of relief. On the way back, Li Chenglong received a call from Yi Changqing, asking him to immediately go and check on Meng Zhangjun and the others who had gone out to train. There was no news from them until now, and they didn't even return home for the Chinese New Year. When Li Chenglong saw that they were about to arrive at Fenghai City, he finally put his heart that had been hanging in the air for a few days back into his stomach. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xuejuan and Xiang Chong, he brought Xiang Bing and went to the training ground where Meng Zhongjun and the others were at. However, not long after Li Chenglong left, Zhang Xuejuan received a call from home, saying that there was great news and asking her to return quickly. The meaning was that there was great news about the bloodline of the Zhan family. Zhang Xuejuan naturally didn't say anything and immediately returned. Xiang Chong naturally followed his sweetheart. The so-called great news was related to a celestial fate. Back then, the ancestors of the Zhan family had formed a connection and received a stick of incense left behind by a celestial. It had been enshrined in the Zhan family's ancestral hall since then. The celestial who gave the incense had said that if the incense burned spontaneously, it would be an opportunity. At this time, all the descendants of the Zhan family had to join in the incense and pray. Then, they would use the power of their bloodline to inject a jade pendant that was left behind together. At this moment, whoever the jade pendant lit up in their hands would be bound by the celestial fate. At that time, a great opportunity would naturally befall them. Not long after Li Chenglong and the others left, a strange fragrance that had been silent in the Zhan family for a long time suddenly rose. It was really strange and the fragrance spread far and wide. At first, everyone was surprised by the sudden appearance of the strange fragrance and didn't think about the incense in the ancestral hall. After all, this matter had happened too long ago. In fact, most of the Zhan family members didn't even know about this past. When they found the source of the strange fragrance, the elders of the Zhan family who knew about it became excited. Then, they naturally gathered all the descendants of the Zhan family who were not at home and hurried back home. This involved an extraordinary celestial fate. How small could it be? Zhang Xuejuan, who had just left, naturally received this news. As the number one genius in the family, she was naturally summoned back immediately. Chapter 10:13. Don't worry. Zhang Xuejuan smiled. Look at me. What kind of immortal would fancy me? Xiang Chong only felt that the crisis in his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Looking at Zhang Xuejuan in front of him, he felt as if he was in a dream, or in a misty cloud. That kind of misty, illusory, and unreal. It seemed that at any time, she would be blown away by the wind and turn into a cloud. But this woman was clearly his fiancée. The person he loved deeply. Xiang Chong forced a smile and said, but Zhua said that you don't have to do anything except practice. There may be many opportunities, but they may not be opportunities. Don't worry, don't worry. How could such a big raindrop fall on my head? Zhang Xuejuan smiled. She kissed Xiang Chong lightly on his face and comforted him. When this is over, we will immediately return to Fenghai. It won't take long, at most half an hour. I'll be back in no time. She said as if she was comforting a child, don't worry. Be obedient and wait for me here. At this point, what else could Xiang Chong do? He could only agree. Okay, then you must be careful. If you find anything wrong, come back quickly. Okay. Zhang Xuejuan felt Xiang Chong's concern for her. She couldn't help but smile gently. She only felt that her heart was infinitely warm and comfortable. She turned around and strode away. His unusually tall and fit body was still as masculine and valiant as ever, full of vigor and vigor. Xiang Chong only felt that his heart was beating like a drum. Seeing Zhang Xuejuan leave, he finally couldn't help but follow her. You go back. Zhang Xuejuan turned around. No. Xiang Chong shook his head. Go back. Be obedient. Zhang Xuejuan's face was a little red. You do your thing. I won't disturb you. I'll just watch from the side. Xiang Chong was very determined. Zhang Shuajuan bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with shyness, tenderness, and gentleness. Suddenly, he had a feeling that he wanted nothing more. As a woman, with such a husband, what more could she ask for? This life was enough. When we return to Fenghai, let's pick a date to get married, Zhang Shuajuan said, biting her lips. Ah! Xiang Chong was overjoyed. Are you serious? Idiot! Zhang Shuajuan rolled his eyes and turned away. Is what you said true? Xiang Chong shouted from behind, his face full of joy. Zhang Shuajuan did not answer. You can't go back on your word. Xiang Chong's face was full of smiles as he walked. Humph, a gentleman keeps his word. Xiang Chong shouted. We'll get married when we get back. You said it. Shut up. Lower your voice. Zhang Shuajuan's face was red. He was unhappy. Many of the Zhang family members heard and could not help but roar with laughter. Oh, oh, oh. Everyone cheered. Zhang Shuajuan's face was red. She lowered her head and rushed forward. Xiang Chong grinned and smiled happily. He followed behind and looked into the ancestral hall. He felt that today had suddenly become so beautiful. The surrounding Zhang family members also looked at him kindly. Occasionally, two people would come over to tease him, and Xiang Chong would reply with a chuckle. Everyone seemed to be very happy. In the ancestral hall, the descendants of the Zhang family kept coming forward to test it. Drop after drop of Zhang family blood essence dripped on the jade pendant. However, the jade pendant did not have any reaction. A group of men tried one by one, but no one had any reaction. The Zhang family went from their initial ecstasy to extreme disappointment. Could it be that this immortal fate was not fated with the Zhang family? Women. Even if they could, they would still belong to another family. And this was also the reason why Zhang Shuajuan, the number one genius of the Zhang family, was placed at the back. Because the men had to be tested first. Zhang Shuajuan also understood this point. After all, she was going to get married. Once she got married, she would belong to another family. With her talent and the resources that the family had invested in her all these years, that it was already very generous of them to not let her stay at home. All the men had failed. The Zhang family members were extremely disappointed. But things had already reached this stage. How could they stop? Hence, they arranged for the Zhang family women to continue testing. However, no one could make the jade pendant change. Until Zhang Shuajuan cut her middle finger and dripped her blood on the jade pendant. At this moment, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a bright red light. The red light was very gentle. Even Zhang Shuajuan herself was stunned for a moment. It's done. There's a reaction. Everyone in the Zhang family was stunned. Then, they cheered in unison. It would be best if there was a man with immortal fate. But as long as there was someone in the Zhang family who could trigger immortal fate, it was still a great opportunity. It's Shuajuan. Shuajuan has immortal fate. That's great. That's great. Ha ha ha, it's finally done. It's immortal fate indeed. God bless the Zhang family. The inside was in an uproar. Everyone in the Zhang family was dancing with joy. Xiang Chong was standing at the outermost entrance. He was an impatient person to begin with, so when he heard this, he couldn't help but squeeze in, wanting to take a look. Only Zhang Shuajuan, who was directly involved, faintly felt that something was wrong, because she found that in the red light that suddenly appeared, the jade pendant seemed to have a touch of faint black qi, rising along with the red light. It was just that it was covered by the red light. Those who were not close would not be able to see it. This black aura vaguely made one's heart palpitate. And Zhang Shuajuan, who was closest to him, faintly felt that this was very wrong. If it was really immortal fate, why would there be such an uncomfortable black aura? Just when Zhang Shuajuan vaguely felt that something was wrong and wanted to do something, she was stunned to find that the jade pendant had already stuck to her hand. The light seemed to be getting brighter and brighter, but the blood in her body was also continuously flowing into the jade pendant. It was endless, as if there was no end to it. The red light became brighter and brighter. It dyed half the sky red. The cheers grew louder and louder. As the red light became brighter, the black aura also increased. Gradually, it formed a vague door. Inexplicable music seemed to come from the heavens, making people feel relaxed and happy when they heard it. This is immortal music. This is immortal music. The Zhan family members were all trembling with excitement. Xiang Chong squeezed in desperately. Let me see, let me see. He had already seen Zhang Shuajuan in the red light. She was like a fairy. For some reason, Xiang Chong felt that she was very far away. It was as if Zhang Shuajuan was standing in this red light and was separated from him by two different worlds. It was unreachable. He squeezed forward with all his might. He widened his eyes and shouted with a trembling voice, Shuajuan. Shuajuan. You, how are you? Zhang Shuajuan was stunned. Her eyes were a little confused. The cheers of the people around her seemed to come from the heavens. Her consciousness was gradually blurring. It was as if she had forgotten everything. Her body was also a little light. It was as if she was about to fly off the ground and ascend. However, when Xiang Chong's voice sounded, Zhang Shuajuan's heart suddenly became clear. Xiang Chong, yes, it's Xiang Chong, that it's the voice of my lover. It's him. I want to marry him. I want to spend my life with him. Become an immortal. I don't want to. I want to get married. I want to stay. Zhang Shuajuan struggled with all her might. Suddenly, she finally regained a trace of clarity. In the red light in front of her, the black gas was becoming more and more obvious. The door was already very clear and open. Others still couldn't detect it, but when Zhang Shuajuan suddenly regained a trace of clarity, she had already seen a ferocious demonic aura, something that looked like a monster, as if it was going to come out from here. It looked excited and its eyes were shining. It was about to rush out. Zhang Shuajuan was horrified. She only felt that all the hair on her body suddenly stood up. She felt that something was wrong. She came to a conclusion: this was definitely not an immortal fate. Then, she suddenly remembered what Xiang Chong said. The gods Wu Xiaoduo once said that she had a great disaster. This was not an immortal fate. Zhang Shuajuan bit her lips and instantly made a decision. This was an immortal fate. Evil and unorthodox ways. How can I let you have your way? At the last moment when the door was about to form, Zhang Shuajuan activated all the remaining strength in her body. With a clang, she pulled out her sword and shouted. Without hesitation, she cut off her left hand. Using the most extreme method, she resolutely stopped the process of blood pouring into the jade pendant. With a fierce kick, she sent the broken hand and the jade pendant flying. The heavenly music stopped abruptly. The demon that was about to rush out suddenly froze in the door, as if it was solidified. At this moment, a furious roar came from the door. How dare you, lowly servant! Xiang Chong had just squeezed in when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. With his eyes wide open, he shouted, Shuajuan. Zhang Shuajuan felt that the black gas was like silk threads that had completely tied her up. She couldn't retreat. With all the strength in her body, she shouted, Don't come over. The long sword in her hand was thrown out like lightning. With a bang, the sword hilt hit Xiang Chang's chest and sent him flying. Zhang Xuejuan shouted, "Back off! You back off! Everyone back off! Don't come over!" Boom! That red light suddenly spread out and threw everyone away. Then, the black light lingered and spread, and the door was rapidly closing. Zhang Xuejuan panted and looked forward to it. It looked like it was about to close. But at the last moment when the door was about to close, the black smoke turned into a big hand. It reached out from the door and grabbed Zhang Xuejuan. "Lowly servant, you spoiled my plans." With a whoosh, Zhang Xuejuan's blood-stained body was caught by the big black hand. "You are indeed a heroine that only appears once in tens of thousands of years. Just when I was about to succeed, you still spoiled my plans." A ferocious voice gradually disappeared as the door closed, cutting off the hand and feeling the pulse. "You are really bold. Let me see how hard your bones are." With another whoosh, the red light, the black gas, the door, and the source of all the trouble, the jade pendant, all disappeared. It disappeared together with Zhang Xuejuan. A roar came from an unknown space. It was Zhang Xuejuan's heartbreaking roar, "Don't wait for me. Don't look for me." The voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 10:14. The door was suddenly closed. The red light and the black gas suddenly disappeared. Zhang Xuejuan's scream seemed to still reverberate in the air. Only Zhang Xuejuan's severed left hand was left on the ground. The Zhang family members who were cheering until their voices were hoarse were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did it suddenly? Xuejuan. Xiang Chong let out a hoarse roar, rushing forward with all his might. But the door was completely closed. Xiang Chong missed his target and crashed into the offering table in the ancestral hall, breaking it into pieces. "Xuejuan. Where are you? Where did you go?" "Ah!" Xiang Chong almost went crazy. Where did she go? Xiang Chong frantically tried every method he could think of, but he was still unable to find any information about Zhang Xuejuan. The only thing he had left was the incense burning in the ancestral hall of the Zhang family. However, after the jade pendant disappeared, the incense had turned into an incomparably foul smell. The Zhang family members were dumbfounded. Wasn't this an immortal fate? Why did it suddenly become a disaster? Where was Zhang Xuejuan? Where was the immortal? That music. Where did the red light go? What exactly happened? No one could explain. Xiang Chong did not cry, nor did he go into a daze. He just went crazy, but he forced himself to calm down. He used the knife to stab his arms and legs a few times before he regained some consciousness. "I can't go crazy. I have to wake up. I have to go find her." He broke the burning incense, leaving a small half of it that was not completely burned, and carefully picked up Zhang Xuejuan's left hand on the ground. The jade hand was still warm and soft, as if there were still remnants of her gentleness. Xiang Chong held the severed hand, feeling as if a knife was cutting his heart. He took Zhang Xuejuan's left hand and bid farewell to the Zhang family members. "I have to go find her. I will find her no matter where I go." Xiang Chong quickly rushed back to Fenghai City to find Li Chenglong and Zhuo Duo. He knew that the only person he could count on to help him was probably Zhuo Duo alone. Only Zhuo Duo had made a prophecy in advance. Zhang Xuejuan's disaster. Only Zhuo Duo might have a way to deal with it. He frantically contacted Zhuo Duo. However, at this moment, Zhuo Duo could not be contacted. No matter if it was by phone or any other means of contacting him through the internet, none of them could be reached. Xiang Chong almost went crazy. He could only choose to ask Li Chenglong for help. Xiang Chong was very clear-headed. He knew that his IQ was not high enough, let alone now that his mind was in a mess. At this moment, only Li Chenglong was quick-witted and could help him, calmly helping him to plan. Li Chenglong was now on his way back. He lived up to everyone's expectations and found the severely injured Meng Zhongjun and the others. He also rescued them. Then, on the way back, he received a call from Xiang Chong. Li Chenglong rushed back through the night and saw Xiang Chong. Then, he forcefully detained Xiang Chong in the villa and did not allow him to take a step out. At this time, it was easy to get into trouble. Zhan Shuajuan was already in trouble. Xiang Chong could not have any more accidents. Looking at the dazed Xiang Chong, Li Chenglong only felt waves of powerlessness at this moment. He only thought of one sentence: fate. Destiny. Irreversible. Zhuo Xiaoduo had long predicted that Zhan Shuajuan would meet with a calamity of certain death. Therefore, he specially instructed himself to keep a close eye on her so that she could avoid the calamity. However, everything was fine and she had already left the Zhan family. But because he was transferred away by a phone call, the subsequent events changed and took a turn for the worse. First, Zhuo Xiaoduo was busy with something and disappeared. He did not know how to deal with Zhan Shuajuan. He could only try his best to prevent the possibility of anything happening. Everything was going smoothly, but at the last moment, a phone call on a mission transferred him away. Because of this, there was a gap. Zhan Shuajuan, who had already left, was called back and killed herself. Tell me, with all these things happening one after another, where can you go to reason? Thinking back to Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, Li Chenglong could only feel his heart palpitating. Destiny. Even if you know it, you may not be able to escape it. Li Chenglong frantically searched for Zhuo Xiaoduo. The current situation was beyond his ability to deal with. However, he was shocked to find that Xiang Chong could not contact Zhuo Xiaoduo, and he could not contact Zhuo Xiaoduo either. Even their unique communication method was useless. Isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? Li Chenglong only felt that it was inconceivable. He could not believe it. Everything was inconceivable. Xiang Chong had just encountered such an irreversible thing, and on the other side, he could not contact the key person who could help him the most. Who dared to say that this was not God's will? Where did Zhuo Xiaoduo go? Li Chenglong had chosen to look for Zhuo Xiaoduo himself when he had discovered that Zhuo Xiaoduo had disappeared. This was because too many people and things were involved in this matter. What if Zhuo Xiaoduo had only returned to his hometown? What if he had gone to the Nine Heavens Pavilion to accompany Zhuo Xiaoyan? Or perhaps he had gone into closed-door training. Li Chenglong knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo had such a space. He would not be able to receive any news as long as he went in to train. It was no different from him vanishing from the face of the earth. Therefore, Li Chenglong rushed back to the Phoenix City at night to confirm the situation. He visited Hu Ruoyun and teacher Hu, and learned that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already left. So, he ran back again. Even if he suddenly had an epiphany and was in that space, Zhuo could not have stayed there for more than 24 hours. Li Chenglong calculated silently. His phone was always charged. Since he had rushed back from the Phoenix City, he had been anxiously calling every few minutes. He had been full of hope every time. He had hoped that the other party would come out of closed-door training. However, his hopes had been dashed every time. If Zhuo had really gone into closed-door training for some reason, and had encountered a critical juncture, it might have taken a little longer. But, it would not have taken more than 36 hours. He is not a person who would not give instructions. Li Chenglong was burning with anxiety. He rushed back to the Fenghai city, and returned to the villa as soon as possible. He burned incense for Grandma Shi, and the principal changed the offerings. Then, he sat in the living room and waited quietly for Zhuo Xiaoduo's reappearance. However, 24 hours had passed, and there was no news. 36 hours had passed, and there was still no news. At this moment, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Gao Qiao, Yu Yan, Zhen Piapiao, Pai Yibao, and the other members of Zhuo Xiaoduo's gang had already been waiting in the villa. However, they did not dare to enter the living room. They could only wait outside. It was probably because Li Chenglong's temper was unprecedentedly hot. It was almost as if he would explode at the slightest provocation. No one wanted to, mainly because they did not dare to provoke Li Chenglong at this time. Li Chenglong sat in the living room for a long time. His eyes were slightly closed. He seemed to be taking a nap, but in fact, he was thinking nervously. Where did Zhuo go? If he did not act on his own initiative, and had an accident, then, what kind of accident could it be? A life and death crisis. If it wasn't for the sudden turn of events, with his character, he wouldn't have left no traces behind. Then the person he's facing must be an extremely powerful expert, one that far surpasses us. No, it should be far beyond what Boss Zhuo can handle. 36 hours. I can't wait any longer. The situation has changed. It is not at a level that I can handle alone. Li Chenglong did not hesitate anymore. He took out his phone and called Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian. Zhuo Xiaoduo was missing. When Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian heard this breaking news, they were almost scared to death. The two of them rushed to the villa immediately to confirm the situation. In particular, when Zhuo Xiaoduo was last seen in Phoenix City, they called Hu Ruoyun and her husband to confirm it repeatedly. Then, the two of them reported this big news to their superiors. Yi Changqing immediately called Nan Jingqian, the chief of the southern region. Marshal Nan. Nan Jingqian's voice was very bright. Changqing, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Marshal Nan. Something happened on our side, Yi Changqing said. What could have happened on your side? Minister Nan should be in the military camp, having a meal with his subordinates. He could clearly hear the sound of laughter and shouting next to him. Zhuo Xiaoduo is missing. Yi Changqing's mood was unusually heavy, and his tone was unusually cold. On the other side, Nan Jingqian suddenly paused. Then, he heard a sudden sound. Obviously, Nan Jingqian came out of his room. He hurriedly asked, What? Say that again. Yi Changqing sighed. Zhuo Xiaoduo is missing. He should have disappeared during the spring festival break. We can't contact him no matter what. As he spoke, he went into detail about the investigation, the last traces of Zhuo Xiaoduo before he went missing, and the people he came into contact with. Then, he went into detail. On the other side, Marshal Nan had been holding his breath for a long time, but he didn't say a word. He listened quietly and summarized the information. He seemed to be very calm and unperturbed. When Yi Changqing finished, Nan Jingqian asked with unusual calmness, Is there anything else you want to add? Yi Changqing thought quickly and looked at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong shook his head. No, that's all the information we have now. Information about Zhuo Xiaoduo must not be spread. You just wait quietly. Remember, don't spread even a single piece of information. No one is allowed to spread it. Wait for my call at any time. Paul Marshal Nan immediately hung up the phone. The room fell into an unprecedented silence. Yi Changqing took a deep breath. He felt his heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. His legs were a little weak. How is it? Li Chenglong asked. Don't spread the news. Don't act rashly. Don't spread the news. Yi Chongqing staggered and sat on the sofa. He looked at Li Chenglong and said, "Besides you, who else knows?" "No one. No one. No one." Gao Chao's eyes suddenly flashed and said, "Sister Nian. She's swollen. You didn't tell her, right?" Li Chenglong shook his head. "How dare I? The most important thing now is her. When no one is looking at her, I don't dare to say anything. Who can guarantee how she will react?" Chapter 10-15. Gao Chao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that he didn't say anything. Now that something has happened to Swa, what I'm most afraid of is that our family is in a mess. If Sister Nian loses control, we will be even more helpless and helpless. What should we do next?" "Wait. We can only wait." When Xingtian sat down slowly, his eyes focused. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he said softly, "Xiao Duo is good at divination. He can see life and death, fortune and misfortune. He knows better than anyone how to seek fortune and avoid calamity, avoid death and prolong life. He will be fine. Maybe, he is just temporarily trapped and can't contact us. No news is actually good news." As Chao said, "Let's not think too much and panic. Minister Nan has already intervened in this matter. He will find a way to find Xiao Duo's whereabouts." Everyone nodded silently. Although Wen Xingtian's words were meant to comfort himself, at the moment, no news was indeed good news. There was no need for him to panic. After the assassination attempt by the Dao Alliance's Skysoar realm expert, everyone had truly become jittery and paranoid about the dangers of every bush and tree. At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly disappeared for no reason. Moreover, he disappeared on the way back to Fenghai from Phoenix City. No one dared to continue thinking about what this meant. If they forced themselves to think about it, they wouldn't think in a good direction. Only a moment later, the sky above Fenghai suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. An unprecedentedly powerful aura suddenly arrived. With a boom, the person broke through the sky and came in. It was the king of Zhuolu and his wife, who had arrived in Fenghai. The king of Zhuolu, Yun Zhonghu, Baiyun Fairy, and Baiyun Duo were surrounded by the biting cold air from the sky. They landed in the villa's courtyard with a whoosh and teleported to the living room in the next moment. What happened? Is this what happened? Search the entire way. Yun Zhonghu's aura was fully unleashed, and his murderous aura soared to the heavens. Capture everyone who was on the road or passed by that day. Also, search for the auras of all the experts on this road and capture them. Exterminate all the bandits on this road and interrogate them one by one. Bai Yunduo jumped in fright. Isn't this a bit too loud? This is big. The murderous intent in Yun Zhonghu's tiger-like eyes was piercingly cold, and a tyrannical aura rose from his body. Once any suspicious points are confirmed, blood will flow for thousands of miles, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. It will be nothing more than a trivial matter. Li Chenglong and the others were stunned by the conversation between the couple. Who is this? Why is it so easy to put people in misery and suffering? Move out now. Yun Zhonghu's cloak fluttered as he turned around and walked out. From now on, all officials and organizations in the astral souls are to listen to my orders. My orders are strictly enforced. If there is any disobedience, if there is any negligence, the bloodline of all 9 generations will be wiped out. Do not blame me for not warning you. At this moment, Yun Zhonghu had completely gone crazy. Now, he really wanted to kill someone to vent the huge negative emotions in his heart. Little junior brother had gone missing. The only bloodline of master and mistress had gone missing. Pass down my orders. Investigate the 12 major cities in the vicinity first. Uproot all the Dao League and Umno Alliance's strongholds, spies, and spies. I want to interrogate them personally. The Dao League is still an alliance. Bai Yunduo said worriedly. We still have to report this to Uncle Yu. Even if we are not afraid of being held accountable, it will still be troublesome. Alliance special, fuck. Troublesome, fucking troublesome. Yun Zhonghu's eyes were red. Who cares about the alliance now? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Investigate thoroughly. Tiger Guards, Yunkai, assemble. Give up on everything and rush back quickly to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yun Zhonghu pointed at the dozen Tiger Guards and Yunkai behind him. 3 days. Yes. Heavenly King. More than a dozen people sat in more than a dozen directions. All of them unleashed their auras and whistled away. During this time, there were people coming and leaving continuously. In the sky above Fenghai, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. The wind blew in the sky, and the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, arrived with a murderous look on his face. Have you found anything? Have you found any clues? No. All of you, go and help. A figure flashed. Nanjing Qian had also arrived. You still haven't found anything. Hurry up and go back to your southern army. You're just causing trouble here. The king of Zhuolu cursed. Get lost. Nanjing Qian paused. His eyes were a little red. Then, he turned around and left. If you find anything, send me a message as soon as possible. Then, he flew into the sky. What should we do? Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu looked at each other. Should we inform? Both of them rubbed their hands. Xiao Duo, go to Shangjing and keep an eye on Xiaoyan. Don't let her know about Xiao Duo's disappearance, and don't let her run around, Yun Zhonghu said to his wife. Okay. Immediately. Understood. Bai Yunduo rushed into the sky like a stream of light, galloping far away. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others saw the series of changes and the arrival of several important people. They were all stunned and speechless for a long time. This time, the heavenly kings of the right and left came with their original faces. They didn't disguise themselves, so they were naturally recognized at a glance. The many guesses they had about Zhou Xiaoduo's identity in the past were finally confirmed at this moment. As expected. There was indeed a great background behind this kid. Otherwise, the heavenly kings of the right and left wouldn't have come in person as soon as something happened to this kid. Moreover, they directly tore through space to come here. Their urgency was unprecedented. Even when they were at the Sun and Moon Pass, facing enemies 10 times their number, the two heavenly kings weren't so flustered. What should we do next? We still have to talk about it. Yu Dongtian anxiously transmitted his voice to Yun Zhonghu. Master is now at the most critical moment. Yun Zhonghu's eyebrows twitched. We are about to achieve everything. If we are disturbed at this time, it is very likely that all our efforts will be in vain. But if we don't say it, we will be beaten to death. Yu Dongtian's eyebrows also twitched. Let's look for it first. Look for it for 2 days. Yun Zhonghu gritted his teeth. 2 days later, if we find it, then it's fine. If we can't find it. If we can't find it, at that time, we will consider whether to tell Master. I will bear all the consequences caused by this matter. Yun Zhonghu repeated and made up his mind. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. You will bear the blame. Are you sure you can bear it? Shouldn't you tell my father first? Yu Dongtian looked hesitant and said, My father is guarding. Cough, what I mean is. If he's here to take the blame, the both of us will feel better. Yun Jonghu looked at Yu Dongtian a little angrily. You are getting more and more overboard. Now you even want to push the blame to your own father. Yu Dongtian had an embarrassed look on his face. Uncle, you can't take the blame for this matter. Yun Jonghu said, Fuck, I have been confused by you. Is this the time to push the blame? Master and mistress are in closed-door cultivation. The task of looking after little junior brother naturally falls to me. If something happens to little junior brother, then it is my problem. Even if master doesn't say a word, I will still be ashamed. At this time, you still have the mood to think about pushing the blame. Do you believe that I will beat you to death with one punch? Okay. Let's look first. What if we find it soon? Okay. Who do you think did it? Yu Dongtian asked telepathically. The Dao League is more likely. Yun Jonghu gritted his teeth. I think so too. The sky flickered, and a tyrannical aura shrouded the sky. A person in white descended from the sky. It was a woman in a white robe. Her face was picturesque, and her appearance was peerless. What happened? The woman frowned and looked at the two heavenly kings. Aunt Wu, don't worry. Nothing happened. Yun Jonghu hurriedly bowed. Why did she come out? She was famous for being untouchable. Looking at the entire Astral Souls continent, she was one of the 3 most untouchable women. She was ranked before his wife, second only to his master's wife. The woman in white carried a guqin on her back. When she heard Yun Jonghu's words, the guqin suddenly appeared in her hand. Her slender hands gently plucked the strings. It's really nothing. Yun Jonghu said anxiously, it's a matter of the younger generation. You don't have to worry about it. You are also very busy. Hurry. The woman in white snorted. After a moment of silence, she said, Where is your master? My master is in seclusion. Yun Jonghu coughed and replied, Of course. Cough. He is in seclusion with my master's wife. Boom. Yun Jonghu was immediately sent flying more than 3 feet. Damn it. The woman in white flew away. Before she left, she kicked Yun Jonghu to vent her anger. Even if you don't say it, I will investigate it myself. Yun Jonghu looked sullen, but he did not dare to speak. When the woman in white left, he finally stood up with a grimace. He still had lingering fears. Didn't they say that there is still some time before the Battle of the Worlds? Why did she jump out now? You ask me, but who should I ask? Yu Dongtian, who had been pretending to be a quail at the side, finally came back to life. How scary. That master's wife of yours is really not scary. You dare to say it to her face. Humph. I don't dare. Let's get down to business first. It is said that the people of the Dao League and the Feng family have been very active in the White Mountain and Blackwater area recently. They are looking for information everywhere. Yu Dongtian said. Well, I heard about this too. They seem to be looking for someone, the king of Zwolu said. But the person they are looking for seems to be the 3rd prince. It has nothing to do with little junior brother. The heavenly king of the right nodded. That little guy from the royal family is an idiot. After doing such a thing, he actually left clues for the Dao League. I think they will find out about him soon. Yesterday, the Feng family and the Feng family already sent a few experts to Shangjing. The king of Zwolu said lightly, but this matter is not within my jurisdiction. I have no intention of interfering. The heavenly king of the right said, Me too. The two of them stood in the sky and chatted. The entire Fenghai city under their feet, including all the movements in the surroundings, was within the range of their divine senses. As time passed, the two of them became more and more impatient. Chapter 10:16. The two heavenly kings felt their hearts beating faster and faster. They had a vague feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. Unfortunately, there was nothing to talk about. They could only stare and endure. By the way, there was a sudden rainstorm in the Umno Alliance yesterday. Do you think it has something to do with Xiao Duo? Yu Dongtian tried to find a topic to talk about. It's two different things. It's two completely different things. Yun Zhonghu said, that strange phenomenon was caused by the Flood Witch's breakthrough. Sigh. Yu Dongtian was also a little envious. Flood. This senior is really a genius. He's worthy of being invincible. If little junior brother grows up, he won't be inferior to him. The life of invincibility won't belong to him forever. Moreover, there's still Master. After Master completes his breakthrough this time, he might not necessarily be inferior to the Flood Witch. Yun Zhonghu said slowly. Suddenly, the murderous intent in his eyes exploded. No matter who took little junior brother, this time, I'll definitely make him pay the price. The topic was back again. Yu Dongtian looked at Yun Zhonghu, who was about to explode, and tactfully kept quiet. On this day, from Fenghai to Phoenix City and the surrounding areas, all the bandits were unlucky. All the strongholds of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League were uprooted. There were no exceptions. All the nearby cities, all the organizations, all the armies, all the officials, all the martial artists were all included in the unified command. The entire country's machinery operated with unprecedented efficiency. The power it exerted was really terrifying. Countless people had committed crimes their whole lives. They originally wanted to continue living freely, but today, they were dealt with. Countless people were caught at the right time. Countless people were caught because of inappropriate comments. Under the command of the furious King Zwolu, this road and the surrounding 9 major cities were cleaned up as if they had been washed away by a rainstorm. Those who escaped the net time and time again were really not a single one was spared this time. Moreover, this sweeping storm continued to spread to the surrounding cities, becoming more and more intense as time passed. The Umno Alliance was fine, but the Dao League was a part of the alliance. Very soon, the higher-ups called to protest and asked for the release of the people. However, in the eyes of the King of Zwolu, there was only one word for it. Scram. In Shangjing, Zhuxiaoyan was already restless and anxious. Since returning to Shangjing, Zhuxiaoyan had completed several tasks in a row. She should have eliminated her hostility, or at least not be so motivated. Balancing work with rest was the right thing to do. However, she didn't know why, but she felt that her heart was full of murderous intent. She couldn't get rid of it, so she killed several batches of targets in a row. Every time he passed by the third prince's residence, this feeling would increase dramatically. The thought of directly killing his way in and slaughtering his way in would never go away. The more he thought about it, the more intense it became. As a result, she was like a powder keg that could explode at any time. I didn't even get to spend New Year's Eve with Guda. This new year is such a waste. Zhuxiaoyan was very unhappy about this. Although he tries to take advantage of me when I'm with Guda, but I can beat him up. Not to mention that after the first day of the new year, she couldn't get through to Xiao Duo when she tried to call him. If it was just once or twice, it wouldn't be a big deal. Maybe this brat entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate, so it was reasonable that he couldn't get through to her. If it was 3 or 5 times, it would still be reasonable. After all, she called him within 1 or 2 days. However, on the 3rd day of the new year, 2 days had passed. Not only did this brat not take the initiative to call her back, but he also couldn't get through as before. This was a problem. Obviously, he's got a lot of guts. If he doesn't get beaten up for 3 days, he's going to do whatever he wants. Sui Xiaoyan was fuming. She was already planning thousands of torture methods in her heart. The next time she saw Gude, she would definitely teach this disobedient fellow a lesson. This was intolerable. Even if she could tolerate it, she couldn't tolerate it. However, Sui Xiaoyan liked to think about things that were pricking her lungs. She thought that Gude must be busy flirting with girls, right? Or perhaps he was trying to please some shameless woman who seduced her fiancé, or flirting in front of other girls. The next time I see him, I'll beat him to death. No, I can't beat him to death. The next time I see him, I'll have a cold war with him. I'll ignore him. He'll be anxious to death. I'll let him coax me. He won't be able to coax me even if he tries 8 or 10 times. The number of times I call him is more than the number of times I call him. I can't forgive him so easily. I must keep a tight grip on him. Another day passed impatiently. On the 4th day of the new year, she still couldn't get through to Gude. Sui Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel restless. Although little doggy liked to talk nonsense, he wasn't someone who didn't tell him what to do. Could it be that something had happened? Did something happen? Originally, because she was annoyed, she planned to use the mission as an excuse to divert her attention. However, she became absent-minded and her temper became more and more fiery. According to Sui Xiaoyan's understanding of Sui Xiao Duo, he would definitely not ignore her calls. Especially after so many times in one breath. The wheels of time were turning. Seeing that it was the 5th day of the new year, Sui Xiaoyan couldn't hold it in anymore. I have a mission tonight and tomorrow morning. After I finish my mission and catch these scums, I'll immediately ask for leave and go to Fenghai. I'll see what happened that night. When Sui Xiaoyan went out on a mission, she immediately used her peak returning mysterious realm freezing energy and froze the target, the entire bandit nest, into ice. Her method was fast, simple, and violent. Everyone who went out on the mission with her was terrified. What the hell, is this still returning mysterious realm? Even a peak flying heavens expert wouldn't be able to do this, right? The next morning, after handing in the mission, Sui Xiaoyan directly asked for leave. I have something to do and need to go to Fenghai. Okay. Let's temporarily set the time for leave for a week. It might be delayed. It's okay. Half a month is fine. Sui Xiaoyan's mouth twitched. When other people asked for leave, they would be scolded. However, when it was her turn to ask for leave, not only was she happy and comfortable, but she was also more considerate. If she asked for a day, she would be given 2 days. If she asked for 2 days, she would be given 7 days. If she asked for a week, she would be given half a month. Sui Xiaoyan was naturally aware of the obvious difference in treatment. While he was grateful, he also raised his vigilance. You're being so lenient and considerate to me. You don't have other thoughts, do you? Even though the old man in front of her looked old and senile, Sui Xiaoyan didn't let her guard down. If you really have other thoughts, with my current cultivation, I can freeze you into an ice cube in a matter of minutes. If the leader in charge of the returning mysterious realm group knew that Sui Xiaoyan had such thoughts, he would probably vomit blood. It's not that I have other thoughts about you. It's just that you have too much background. I really can't afford to offend you. As usual, Sui Xiaoyan exuded a gust of cold wind. She directly soared into the sky and left Shangjing. However, the cold wind around her was much colder than before. However, she didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. As soon as she left Shangjing, she met Bai Yunduo who was rushing towards her. Sui Xiaoyan obviously knew Bai Yunduo. When the starry mountains opened, Bai Yunduo was standing in the sky and monitoring all the teams. Sui Xiaoyan knew that this patrol inspector was a big shot who stood at the peak of the entire astral souls. Now that she saw her, even someone as arrogant as her didn't dare to neglect her. She was the first to greet her. "Hello, Patrol Inspector." Sui Xiaoyan. Bai Yunduo pretended to be surprised. "You're Sui Xiaoyan from the Nine Heavens Pavilion, right? Your codename is Civet." Sui Xiaoyan said respectfully, "That's Xiaoyan. I didn't expect Patrol Inspector to know me." Sui Xiaoyan really didn't expect Bai Yunduo to know her name. Under normal circumstances, her information was far from being qualified to enter the eyes of such a big shot. She really didn't expect this high and mighty patrol inspector to know her. Even Sui Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel proud. "You look like you're in a hurry. Where are you going? Can you tell me?" "I'm going to Fenghai." "Oh. What a coincidence. I just came back from Fenghai." Bai Yunduo smiled confidently. "Oh, you're going to Fenghai to see your brother. How do you know everything?" Sui Xiaoyan was surprised. "You and your brother are both on the top genius list of the astral souls." Bai Yunduo casually made up a list and smiled amiably. "And on this list, there are only a total of 6 people. Even if I don't want to be familiar with all of you, I really can't do it." "Ha! I see." Sui Xiaoyan was enlightened. Everything made sense. Sui Xiaoyan was well aware of her and Puppy's innate talents. She knew that if there was such a list, the two of them would definitely be the first and second place at the top. This wasn't out of modesty. The esteemed master had already proved this point. It wasn't surprising that the astral souls had another list of heavenly talents that they paid special attention to. Sui Xiaoyan even thought that Li Chenglong might be among the 6 people. She just didn't know where he was ranked. Sui Xiaoyan had heard too many times from Sui Xiaoduo about this person who had been by Puppy's side for the past few years. "If you're going to see Sui Xiaoduo, you might as well not go. You won't be able to see him even if you go." Bai Yunduo chuckled. "Well, what do you mean, master?" Sui Xiaoduo rushed back to his hometown in Phoenix City on New Year's Eve to visit his old friends. Due to a chance encounter, his Taoist heart was enlightened and his state of mind was greatly improved. Therefore, the Hidden Dragon High School specially arranged a 1-month hellish cultivation for him. During this period, he's not allowed to bring any communication devices to prevent it from affecting the cultivation. Bai Yunduo said, "I believe that after this cultivation, he'll be reborn. He might even be able to catch up with you." Bai Yunduo smiled and said, "How is it? This is great news, isn't it? Are you happy? Are you happy?" Chapter 10:17. Happy. Happy. Sui Xiaoyan widened her eyes. Apparently, she was shocked by the good news. There was only one thought in her mind. Is he going to catch up with me? How? How is this possible? What? What kind of cultivation is so effective? How can I be reborn? With Bai Yunduo's endorsement, Sui Xiaoyan naturally wouldn't have any doubts. However, a strong sense of danger grew in his heart, and he couldn't stop himself. "Oh no! Oh no!" Little Doggy said that if he catches up with me, he will do that. Humph. So embarrassing. Bai Yunduo looked at Sui Xiaoyan's cold face, suddenly flushed red. It was so beautiful that she couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. As an experienced person, how could she not know what was going on with Sui Xiaoyan? She was very familiar with the relationship between the two. Sui Xiaoduo sighed as she thought about the uncertain future. She said faintly, "Little Nian, should I tell you that your cultivation progress is a little slow? Your brother used to be much slower than you, but now, he is about to catch up with you." When she said this, the Lady of the Clouds felt a little embarrassed. Sui Xiaoyan's cultivation progress, let alone herself, even in the eyes of the top two people in the astral souls. It was definitely unprecedented. Well, if Sui Xiaoyan met Sui Xiaoduo, it could only be said that she was born at the wrong time. Otherwise, she would be the most powerful person in the world. No one could compete with her. This kind of cultivation progress, even compared to those ancient almighty people in the legends who encountered one opportunity with each step, was still one of the best. Very few people could compare to him. Whoever dared to say that Sui Xiaoyan was slow would probably be despised to death. He immediately retorted with a single sentence. "This is slow. How fast are you?" However, Bai Yunduo's words had hit Sui Xiaoyan's weak spot, and it had instantly broken through his mental defenses. "That's right. Compared to little doggy, my cultivation progress is indeed slow, too slow." Sui Xiaoyan's state of mind became more and more unstable, and his heart was burning with anxiety. However, she was now thinking of ways to improve herself. She must not let little doggy catch up with her. It would be too embarrassing if little doggy caught up with her now. Since she would not be able to see Sui Xiaoduo after going to Fenghai, Sui Xiaoyan immediately extinguished the thought of going to Fenghai. Little doggy is cultivating desperately. Why should I go there? To watch him catch up with me. From the beginning to the end, Sui Xiaoyan had never doubted that Inspector Baiyun Fairy, the most powerful person in the astral souls, would lie to her. The Lady of the Clouds would never lie to him. Who was he? Why would such a high-end and high-class person come here to lie to her? Was she a university student who suspected that the country's leader was lying to her? This was simply impossible. She would be excited for a long time just to meet her. How could she have any doubts? Sui Xiaoyan was probably in this situation now. Thank you for telling me. Sui Xiaoyan wanted to go back as soon as possible. Once she went back, she would go into seclusion and seize every moment to cultivate and improve. What are you going to do? Go back and cultivate. Cultivate. Bai Yunduo's face was full of smiles. Anyway, I don't have anything important to do in Shangjing. Where do you live? I'll go with you. Maybe I can give you some advice on cultivation. Speaking of which, part of the reason I came here this time is because of you. Because of me? Sui Xiaoyan was surprised. The great Baiyun Fairy came here to look for me. What? Am I such a big shot? Aren't you giving me too much face? Sui Xiaoduo is working hard to improve his cultivation, and you also need to improve your cultivation. You need to improve even more. Bai Yunduo said lightly, in half a year, there might be a grand competition between the three clans. At that time, the Umno Alliance, the Dao League, and the Astral Souls will all send their top talents to determine the strongest junior. This competition is still classified as a top secret. Only 2 people from each continent will participate in this competition. The Astral Souls has chosen you and Sui Xiaoduo. It's already a sure thing. Although Sui Xiaoduo's battle prowess is extremely high, his cultivation base is still lacking. At the very least, he still needs to take a big step forward to ensure his victory. I hope that he can meet the requirements with this opportunity. Your current cultivation realm has reached the lower limit of the set standard, but I'm afraid it's still not enough to get the first place. Bai Yunduo said, since I have nothing to do, I plan to go to Shangjing to do some things. At the same time, I want to urge you to work hard and improve your cultivation realm. Let's go. I'll go back with you. I want to see the results of your cultivation during this time with my own eyes. You little girl, sigh. You've been slacking off recently. Swish-Xiaonian was brought back by Baiyun Duo in a daze. Then, she was immersed in the intensive training conducted by Baiyun Fairy. Baiyun Duo used her unique method to squeeze out Swish-Xiaonian's potential to the extreme. She personally joined the competition and pointed out many of Swish-Xiaonian's shortcomings. After a few rounds, she squeezed out all of Swish-Xiaonian's spiritual energy. Then, she let Swish-Xiaonian recover while she stayed by her side to protect her. She completely isolated Swish-Xiaonian from the outside world. Her cultivation realm was much higher than Swish-Xiaonian's. Every time, she could control her spiritual energy very carefully. She could make Swish-Xiaonian completely exhausted, drained her spiritual energy, and shriveled her dantian to the point that there was not a trace of it left. But at the same time, she would never hurt her origin. In this way, the spiritual energy in her dantian was absorbed from nothing to the limit. When her dantian was full again, not only did she have new insights, but she could also slightly expand the capacity of her dantian every time her dantian was full. At Swish-Xiaonian's level, it was extremely difficult to expand the capacity of one's dantian. It was directly related to the number of times one had to compress one's cultivation. If one continued to compress like this, Baiyun Duo could even push Swish-Xiaonian's cultivation to a whole new level on top of the already shocking foundation. Swish-Xiaonian naturally knew the benefits of this. This kind of cultivation method was more than just twice the result with half the effort. It was basically a heaven-sent opportunity. Her cultivation realm improved by leaps and bounds. She's indeed the top of the continent, the top of the mythical level. Swish-Xiaonian was full of admiration. I can't let that little dog catch up with me. This is a good opportunity. I must take this opportunity to widen the distance between us. I must widen the distance even more. Swish-Xiaonian's eyes were unprecedentedly resolute. Finally, during a break in cultivation, Baiyun Duo asked Swish-Xiaonian, "Little Nian, how many times have you suppressed your cultivation at the peak of the returning profound realm?" "Currently, only 19 times. There's still a lot of room for compression." Swish-Xiaonian answered honestly and respectfully. Cough. Baiyun Duo only felt her throat itch, so she coughed and said, "How many times do you think you can suppress when you really break through to the sky realm?" Swish-Xiaonian calculated and said, "I originally expected to suppress about 45 times. However, this time, with the help of Master's extreme compression of her dantian, I estimate that by that time, I should be able to suppress 3 or 4 more times." Her eyes were shining as she said, "If I work harder, I should be able to suppress it to 50 times. If I can suppress it to 51 or 52 times, that would be even better." Baiyun Duo closed her mouth and used all her willpower to control the expression on her face. She nodded gracefully and said, not bad at all. Your performance has far exceeded the scope of ordinary prodigies. However, you still have to work harder. It won't look good if the elder sister is beaten to the ground by the younger brother. No. Definitely not. Swish-Xiaonian was full of fighting spirit. She said, "After this special training, I'm confident that I can still beat little doggy single-handedly. It won't be a problem." Baiyun Duo's mouth twitched. "Okay, let's continue. I'll give you a hand. I hope your wish comes true." Swish-Xiao Duo was thrown far away in the beam of light. He felt like he had been shot out of a rocket launcher through thousands of mountains and rivers like an egg. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away from the Red Sun mountain range, which was a sea of fire that was thousands of miles in circumference. He also caught a glimpse of the mountains under his feet, which flashed past in a hurry like a line. Hundreds of mountains were left behind in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Swish-Xiao Duo was not shocked at all. Instead, he was filled with joy. It was indeed Zhu Wu's inheritance. It was indeed awesome. Apart from the inheritance, there was also a layer of protection. It was very thoughtful and strict. Especially for the current me, it was tailor-made and infinitely suitable for me. Looking at the densely packed human heads that looked like ants, there seemed to be at least a few 100,000 of them. Then, looking at the Wizard Alliance's banners that flashed past, Lin Li felt a chill run down his spine. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly had a feeling of being trapped in a hopeless situation, but he had escaped with his life. Awesome! This is really awesome. I didn't expect there to be such a trick. In this way, I have directly escaped the encirclement of hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, with my current speed, each person is in a different direction. The higher-ups of the Umno Alliance will definitely not be able to determine where I am. It's getting harder and harder to determine. Since the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance can't determine where I am, that hateful old man, who is in the hinterland of the Umno Alliance, will naturally be even more powerless. I can only completely get rid of him. I have gotten rid of this huge trouble. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt relaxed all over. Looking outside the beam of light, he saw thousands of mountains and rivers flashing past. Under the extreme relaxation, he could not help but feel refreshed and even high-spirited. For a moment, he was in the mood of being lonely at the top, and his poetic interest was greatly aroused. Traveling to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening, the golden crow in the sleeve is bold. No one in the Umno Alliance knows me, the sound of the waves flies across hundreds of thousands of lakes. Yes, it can't be the sound of the waves, it must be the sound of the waves. Chapter 10:18. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had been overindulged. I traversed the Umno Alliance over thousands of mountains and rivers, rowing a boat without a paddle. His words were full of self-satisfaction, and he even wanted to continue. What's the big deal about traveling to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening? It's just that the distance I traversed in these 2 seconds was several times greater than his, all right? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel that he was high and mighty. He had a subtle feeling that a person at the peak would feel cold. A sense of loneliness arose in his heart, as if there was no one else but him. Hundreds of thousands of strong enemies besieged and millions of troops chased and intercepted. What kind of dangerous situation was that? This is simply a matter of 10,000 deaths. But I, Master Zhuo, passed through it so easily. To me, this kind of deadly encirclement is not something that can be done with a wave of my hand. I'm already thousands of mountains and rivers away without taking away a single cloud. Although it's not my own ability, but this doesn't stop me from being overindulgent. Because I'm in a good mood. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move in the beam of light and was still tightly imprisoned, Zhuo Xiaoduo would definitely stand with his hands behind his back, standing in the wind and showing off his cool and graceful manner. Looking at the mountains that seemed to be lined up like flickering lights and passing shadows, and in an instant, thousands of mountains flew past in front of him, Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more comfortable. That old bastard whose name I don't know, let's see how you're going to monitor me. You're really too vicious. What kind of grudge do you have with my father that you actually put the blame on me? Just you wait. Wait until I achieve great success in my cultivation, I'll definitely take revenge. Even if I can't deal with you for now, I'll still deal with your descendants. I promise I'll take care of them until they cry for their parents. Since this old bastard has descendants, he must have sons, grandsons, great-grandsons and the like, right? Can't I beat one of them? Since he has a daughter, he must have a grandson or something, right? Can't I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, beat your grandson to death? When I go back and see them, I'll definitely. As he thought about it, anger rose in his heart, and evil grew in his guts. Dozens of revenge plans were lined up neatly in a row. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a dark and lush green, endless forest. Damn, how could there be such a vast forest? He was clearly moving at such a fast speed, and thousands of mountains and rivers were nothing to him. Why was it that he still couldn't see the end of it? Wasn't this forest a bit too big? The forest in front of them was filled with black smoke. That was boundless demonic aura. Waves of dense demonic aura crisscrossed high up in the sky, directly blocking the falling meteorites from far away. No one knew how far they fell, but they couldn't fall into the forest at all. It was as if there was a huge energy shield above the forest, just like a human city. Xiaoduo saw such a strange scene and subconsciously looked up. He saw that the forest covered at least dozens of mountains. It was too dense and too vast. It was not difficult to guess that there must be countless big demons in the forest from the dense demonic aura in the sky. This is clearly a dangerous place. I can't go in. I have to go over it quickly. Why do I feel that the more I look at it, the clearer it is? Xiaoduo subconsciously looked around and couldn't help but be shocked. The forest in front of him was huge, but it was still nothing compared to the high-speed movement he had done before. The main reason why he couldn't see the end of the forest wasn't because the forest was too big, but because his movement speed had slowed down. The beam of light shield had also disappeared without him noticing. He was in a state where his head was in front and his feet were behind. He was like a rocket that was shot out of the barrel, diving down. And the current position made Xiaoduo inexplicably think of a cartoon he had seen in his dream. It seemed to be called Astro Boy. My current posture, don't I look like Astro Boy who is flying? But I don't seem to have the power to fly. I'm still being imprisoned. Oh heavens, oh earth, oh Zhu Wu Zhu Rong, you won't let me crash like this, will you? Unfortunately, Xiaoduo's repeated encounters had exhausted too much of his luck. He didn't even have time to cry out in surprise before he was already in this diving position. He looked at the earth and the forest crazily rushing towards him. The sense of déjà vu was getting stronger and stronger. Finally. Oh yeah. Xiaoduo closed his eyes. Using his hard skull, he smashed it straight down. Bang! Fuck! Bang! Fuck! Bang! Fuck! After 8 consecutive sounds, Xiaoduo used his hard head to smash through 3 large trees. Only then did he manage to use the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra to protect his body. Following that, he continued to smash through the upper half of 8 large trees that were as thick as houses. The impact was truly shocking and extraordinary. Extreme speed brought about extreme impact. Xiaoduo was like an indestructible divine weapon that directly pierced through everything. Bang! He crashed into a big tree. Fuck! He crashed through a big tree and went straight through it. At the very end, there was an abnormally muffled bang. There was no friction. Xiaoduo's entire body directly stabbed into a big tree in front of him. The last big tree was much bigger than the previous ones. It was almost as thick as Xiaoduo's villa in Fenghai. Its height was at least a few thousand feet high. It was really at the level of a giant tree. Xiaoduo's head, which he had placed high hopes on, played a powerful role like a drill and directly stabbed into the hard trunk of the tree. His head, neck, chest, lower abdomen, and most of his body were stabbed into the big tree with a burp sound. Only his 2 legs were left outside, drooping down dejectedly. At the right time, the hole that was pierced through was too sudden. Due to the friction at high speed, there was even a puff of black smoke coming out. From the direction of Xiaoduo's butt, it rose in spirals. The big tree trembled, and then a dull sound came out from the trunk of the big tree. It sounded like the movement of a person who was about to suffocate to death. What the fuck? Behind him, diagonally facing the sky, was a huge and penetrating hole that extended into the sky. A hole that was connected by 11 big trees was, of course, a continuous hole. How could it be a lie? At this moment, from the holes of the 11 big trees that were directly pierced through, there was also a puff of black smoke rising in spirals. It seemed that wherever the mountain wind passed, there would be signs of a fire, or even a fire. Such high speed, such rapid friction, such a sudden explosion of a large amount of heat. It seemed that the forest was about to be set on fire. At this moment, the big tree that Swishaoduo was embedded in suddenly moved. The towering treetops that reached into the clouds swayed slightly, and a heavy downpour suddenly fell within a radius of 10,000 feet. Wallalala. As soon as the black smoke rose, it disappeared in an instant. The 11 big trees that were pierced through only reacted at this moment, like humans who had woken up from a dream. Their branches and leaves swayed, sending a message of gratitude. Thick branches bent down from the treetops, and used their branches and leaves to caress their bodies that were inexplicably pierced through. They were filled with an inexplicable pain. The next moment, a wave of anger and confusion rose to the sky. This was too inhumane. Too inhumane. What the hell was going on? In the words of the human race, it should be unworthy of being a son. We just grew up here quietly, lived a peaceful life, and did not offend anyone. Was this two-legged beast crazy? Did we offend him? Why did it descend from the sky out of nowhere and pierce through my body? At this moment, half of Swishaoduo's body was embedded in the giant tree, and the tree began to move again. It was so uncomfortable that it kept trembling. It directly crashed into my body, and it was still moving continuously. It was still setting fire. Damn it. It's so painful, it's so bloated. The huge tree was furious. 2 thick tree vines dropped down with a swoosh, and wrapped around Swishaoduo's thighs, one on each side, while the other was filled with raging flames. In an instant, they tied him up tightly, and then pulled him out with great force. Go away. Swoosh. Swishaoduo screamed as he was pulled out, as if someone was pulling out a needle from his own body. Then, 2 tree vines wrapped around Swishaoduo and swung him in the air. Then, with a whoosh, he was thrown out like a baseball. Go away. Swishaoduo was thrown out like a spinning top, and flew high into the sky. Above the vast forest, between the countless branches of the trees, he traveled at an extremely fast speed. However, wherever he passed, it was not a smooth journey, but a path of punishment. Countless trees and thick vines swung nimbly. Each of them used their full strength. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The tree vines whipped the air with explosive sounds, whipping Swishaoduo's body viciously. Paw paw paw, the sounds were all connected together. The vines had already formed countless illusions. Wherever Swishaoduo passed, at least tens of thousands of vines were already swinging in advance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Revenge. Revenge on this abominable 2-legged beast. In just a few seconds, Swishaoduo had already endured no less than 1,000 tree vines whipping him. He spun around like a spinning top, and there were even afterimages of him rolling around. Because the driving force of being thrown away was too great, even thousands of whips couldn't stop him from being thrown away. Buttocks. Now, it was impossible to tell where the buttocks were. His whole body was swollen, and Bai's face was swollen like a pig's head. It was indescribably miserable. Swishaoduo only felt that he had become a spinning top that was being whipped by thousands of people at the same time that he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, being bullied by dogs. He was so aggrieved. But now, his dantian and meridians were finally unblocked, and the flow of his true core energy was no longer obstructed. Ouch! Xiao Duo let out an extremely aggrieved roar, and the Flaming Sun Sutra was instantly activated throughout his body. His entire body was like a small sun, suddenly emitting an enormous amount of heat, spreading out to the extreme. Boundless heat suddenly rose, protecting his entire body. "You're still beating me, are you done?" Chapter 10:19. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of tree vines were still waving towards Xiao Duo, but Xiao Duo grabbed them casually. With a shake and a twist, he actually tied a knot with himself as the center. Countless tree vines were entangled in one place. Xiao Duo took this opportunity to get rid of the tree vines whipping him. Immediately, the tree vines began to catch fire again. That was the enormous heat generated by the scorching sun divine art. The extremely hot chi was able to burn the tree vines and counterattack. "Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? How dare a bunch of tree demons bully me?" Xiao Duo was furious. "You've been punished to stand on trees for so many years. How dare you provoke me? I'll roast you one by one. Burn all of you." For a moment, the raging flames soared into the sky and stretched endlessly. Countless tree vines were still unwilling to give up and continued to entangle him. However, this level of attack was nothing to Xiao Duo, who had recovered. Both of his hands were yin and yang. With a twist, more tree vines were tied together like a gourd. It was a mess. Then, as usual, a small flame flashed. The true fire of the scorching sun divine art suddenly exploded. It was still a small explosion and continued to burn. The raging flames were about to soar into the sky. "Wait! Don't set the fire!" An old voice said, "Please be merciful. Please be merciful." The voice of the speaker was quite strange. It was a sound produced by the vibration of soul power and mind power. The accent was extremely ancient and strange. In addition, there was a hint of a muffled sound. Xiao Duo was stunned. After all, he was in a foreign land and did not dare to act rashly. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. "There's someone in this world." In the forest, there was a flash of green light. It was like a firefly. Countless trees automatically poured water from the top of the trees and quickly extinguished the fire that had just been ignited. Countless broken vines twisted as if they were in great pain, and quickly retracted back into the tree. His vision instantly became clean and refreshed. As far as the eye could see, a tall giant that was at least dozens of meters tall staggered out from the dense forest on the other side. His entire body was covered in fluttering vines and tentacles. The forest was extremely vast, and there was almost no space between the trees. However, the giant in front of him moved at a relatively slow speed, but no matter where he went, there was no obstruction. Clearly, it was impossible to cross the boundary. Even Xiao Duo would be stuck in the small space if he walked over there. However, the giant seemed to be at ease and walked over casually. After he walked over, the trees behind him were still the same. There was no difference from before. It looked extremely magical and incredible. The closer they got, the clearer Xiao Duo could see the true appearance of the giant. He saw that the green leaves covered most of the giant's body, but they still could not cover the giant's legs and body. What covered was the extremely hard bark of the tree. The face was also covered with ancient mottled bark. It was a shocking sight. Only the pair of eyes were as bright as autumn water, untainted by a trace of dust and pleasing to the eye. Xiao Duo took a closer look and found that there was a round hole at the base of the giant's thigh. It seemed to have been drilled by a red-hot soldering iron. It felt burnt and there was a smell that had just appeared. This shouldn't have been drilled out by me just now, right? Xiao Duo could not help but mutter in his heart. Looking at that part, it was a little mysterious. If it was a little bit deeper, it would be the most important part for a human being. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that he had just drilled out that he could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, it was the front side. If it was the back side, I would have been a joke for the rest of my life if I had drilled in with my head facing down. I drilled into the giants. Reincarnation of the 5 grains. Xiaoduo's thoughts were undeniably strange. As he thought about it, he even shuddered. Young friend, don't look anymore. This hole was drilled out by you just now. The giant's words were full of helplessness. He looked at Xiaoduo with some annoyance. Just now, you drilled your head. Here. If it wasn't for the fact that the old tree is relatively hard, you would have drilled your way into its stomach and destroyed its vitality. Xiaoduo coughed and said, I'm sorry. It was really not my intention to come here. If I had a choice, I would not have landed in such a way. The giant rolled his eyes and said, young friend, please retract your supernatural power and spare my descendants. The surrounding flames were extinguished, but the flame in Xiaoduo's hand was still burning. It was the tree demon's biggest nemesis. The giant looked at the flame in Xiaoduo's hand and was a little afraid. Who are you? Where is this place? Xiaoduo held the flame and had an expression that said, I have your weakness. It was a little like a petty person intoxicated with success. Since these trees were so afraid of fire, wouldn't it be easy to deal with this matter? I may not be afraid of other things, but fire. Ha ha ha, I'm not bragging, but I can even set fire to little chicks. I was thrown here all of a sudden. I am unfamiliar with this place. How can I not be intimidated? Therefore, he held the flame even more and waved it left and right. He said proudly, this supernatural power can't be retracted. Ha, it can't be retracted. The giant's old bark-like face showed an extremely human-like expression. It was obvious that he hated the flame in Xiaoduo's hand. This is the heavenly spirit forest. I don't know why you suddenly fell here from the sky, the giant said in a muffled voice. Moreover, you hurt 11 of our people as soon as you landed. It's hard to explain the reason just by saying that you didn't want to, right? As he spoke, he gestured with his big hand that was full of vines at his thigh. His face, which was full of old bark-like skin, actually twitched. The burls on it also trembled. As if recalling the pain, he said, including me, there are 12 of us. He said with some indignation, you made a hole in all of us. Xiaoduo said very innocently, I didn't want to make a hole for all of you, but I had no choice. If I had a choice, why wouldn't I come from hundreds of thousands of miles away just to make a hole for all of you? The giant looked at him seriously. After he finished speaking, he actually thought seriously for a while. Then, he said in a muffled voice, but you made a hole and caused us harm. Those 11 clansmen of mine were seriously injured when you went in and out of their bodies. As the giant spoke slowly, the branches and leaves of many big trees nearby swayed. Then, burly giants walked out from the huge trees. Their vines fluttered and gathered in this direction. A few giants walked and their vines entangled with each other. They couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. Then, the earth shook and the mountains shook. It was like an earth bowl turning over. Then, they stood up shakily and continued to walk in this direction. Xiaoduo, who was in the middle of a group of giants, was like a little mouse crawling under the feet of a human. If he wanted to talk to the giant, he had to stretch his neck hard to see the giant's big face. Fuck, am I short? I'm almost 1.9 meters tall. Among humans, I'm definitely the tallest. But why is it that here, it's like entering a giant's country. This feeling is really fucking awesome. Duo said hesitantly, it's a long story. I can't explain it in a short time, but it's really too tiring for me to talk like this. My neck hurts when I raise my head, so I'm not in the mood to talk. Do you understand what I mean? The first giant thought seriously for a moment before he understood what Duo said. Then, he nodded and said, this is easy. Then, the vines fluttered, as if they were sending a message. Then, another giant stretched out his huge hand and held the other giant's hand. Then, between the two hands, two vines intertwined with each other and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a natural old-fashioned wooden armchair. It stood tall about 60 meters above the ground, just at the same level as the previous giant's head. Duo was about to jump up when he felt two vines quietly growing under his feet. They steadily lifted him up all the way. As the vines grew rapidly, they reached the left side of the old-fashioned wooden armchair. They lifted Duo to the top of the armchair. Then, with a whoosh, the vines pulled away from Duo's buttocks. Duo naturally took advantage of the situation and sat down on the old-fashioned wooden armchair. As soon as he touched it, he felt that it was thick and soft under his buttocks. There was even a faint fragrance. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Duo patted both sides and said, if only there were 2 more armrests here. Before he could finish his sentence, new green vines suddenly grew on both sides, naturally grew into 2 armrests. What's more, there were a few bright flowers on the left side of the armrests. The branches and leaves stretched out, and the fragrance of the flowers wafted. It was very pleasing to the eye. Duo placed his hand on the chair and leaned his back against the soft backrest. He sat in an imposing manner and suddenly felt that he was insufferably arrogant at this moment, as if he was above everyone else. Especially when he could look at the giant in front of him without raising his head. This feeling was simply too good. It was indescribably pleasant. Now that I'm sitting and you're standing, it's clear who's superior. This is the only way to accurately reflect my position as Master Zwa. However, this method was indeed not bad. If he had such a thing at home, wouldn't it be much more convenient than a robot? It can grow at any time. Even when I'm eating, these vines can take food for me at any time, that even when I'm in the toilet. I don't have to wipe myself. Duo's imagination ran wild. That kind of life was simply. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.